Is my microphone? No, okay, it's working, I think. Hello. I thought it was unmuted again, like last time. Hello, welcome to the stream. Been a bit. It's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks actually. I've been busy. It's been one thing after the other, you know. So now we're here, back with some fun. And barista, necromancy, whichever this is, Necrobarista. Visual novel. I'm looking forward to it. Looks fun, it looks beautiful. The premise is interesting, you know? And yeah. Get some music back on here. I had to turn it down. Never played it before, so oh, we got new emotes. I've been working on emotes while I've been away, drawing them all. Some follower and sub emotes. See them. Let me put them in chat for you guys to see. Yeah. Wow. Hi. Lurk. Cozy. What? That sad. There's also a laughing one, but it's still being has to go through like a process. Hasn't been confirmed yet, but hopefully soon. Yeah, hope you like them. Cute little snail. As well as the sub badges. So yeah, little upgrade. Tiny upgrade. Hope you like them. Hope you use them. Yeah. Let's start. So hi Speckle. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you for stopping by. They thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses and sadly they said, "Ooh." We drank to the name of the mate who is dead. Andrew Lawson. Too bloody damp down here. I know around the ground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open. There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating? Oh, there's ends blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You had to grin and bear it. Doesn't sound very cozy. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. You're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the rubbish you got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Actually, would you mind? Oh. What's this? Thanks. More organized than last time I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey Maddie, how much more wire do we need? This music is good. I think that's enough. Great. Now. Okay. What's up, little P? Found you a chair. Oh, thank you. That's a cage, not a chair. So, the whole thing. Surely it's not legal, yeah? Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order made. It's not just bureaucracy. Trust you. Most rules can be bent after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. As I'm sure you realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit! Ah! Is this related to her gambling for time? So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. Small scale though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. Council successfully suppressed all available information about it though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Oh. You don't tend to mess it up more than once. I'll try it again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic then? Light went out again. Question's irrelevant, because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's like conduit ritual. But hey, we're amongst friends. We can call it what it really is. Ooh. Necromancy. Dun dun dun. Ooh. That was a cool intro. Very cool. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You try desperately to remember what it meant. Oh. Death. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are gathered, practice, fascination, fear. Oof. Oh, okay. A cozy alleyway. Oh, I like this aesthetic, the brick and the plants and the wood and the... Oh, this is cozy. Press and hold to inspect the memory, okay. Oh! Maddie's rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. Fair enough. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premise before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. What? No Wi-Fi? Maddie, that's ridiculous. Report broken items and other anomalies. Listen, I was willing to go to this cafe until there's no Wi-Fi. We can't clean up your broken glass or part your rift if we don't know about it. Don't feed the Eidolons? Eidolons? What? What's an Eidolons? They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Oh, sad. Okay. I realize you can't see because of me, but there is like a loading thing down here. just underneath me. It's not just a black screen. Coffee. Cream. Terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Australia. 3053. We're in Australia? I didn't realize. Excerpt from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese but exclusively uses to mock people to their faces. I'm very subconscious about my top hat now. Observed little girl running around cafe with knife, unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Someone just faded away. Was Rudy told to stop being a big weebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. This coffee is some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste bad. Whoa! Is it really that bad? Also, actually I'm sorry, I forgot to thank you Speckle for the primary sub. 2-month sub now, thank you. And thank you Creamy Donuts and Mini Shark Pod for the offline follow. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Back to it. Ooh, what's coming in? Hey, mate, you right? Back! Scared him. You can see me? There I stay, yeah? What can I get ya? I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was talking to me. I don't even know how I got in here. I'll think you'll find it was via the front door. Okay, right. Where am I? This Daily Departed is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed. They say our coffee's to die for. Oh. I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. You're not the first disheveled dead guy to drop in. I'm sure you won't be the last. What does everyone else ask? I generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Ah, shit. And I always say that. And there's the embarrassed silence. Alright. Get it? You make a habit of billing everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones? It's almost exclusively the latter. I guess that's consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. So I was actually just kidding there. No, you're right. I'm a fucking sad sack. Boss hated me, family hated me, work sucked. It's like everything else about me. Now I'm never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it, stick a fork in me, I'm done. Hey, come on. And now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together! Yeah! Get it together! Rule number one rule, no breakdowns in the cafe, please. Promise, man, you're okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No, and I don't know if you read the rules outside, but... God, I did, yes. Can't even get that right. Oh my god, man. In that case, you'll also have to read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big long extended panic attack. 24 hours? Aw, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. Just take a deep breath. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty, it's not like we're gonna have anything else going on. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? Kind of a burden. You're not, promise. Enough, mate. Let me tell you about the building. Some cool history. Yes, please tell us about the coolest building. Like we've been trying to design a building like this for RP stuff once in a while. Once in a like a year, 2 years ago. But whatever. So the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. And that's why you should never ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if you specifically ask for one. Wait, we're not gonna hear the story? Hey, come on! That's not fair, that's not nice. What? Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking eternal vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. Kinda strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way of telling whether you'll even care once you cross over. But then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Didn't go around policing people's reactions to things. I'm still wrapping my head around all this. Death, that is. It's weird to say it, doesn't it? Weird. Yeah, that's the word. Say most people don't even find out how they die before they pass, even if they got murdered or something. Yep. Most people don't die from murder. Mostly sickness. Or old age. Or lawnmower accidents. Well, they call them accidents. But really, loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. Whoa. Alright, hold on just a moment. You can't just drop that and move on. I mean, that would make sense why we feel so attached to the little automatic Rumba lawnmower things. Because they're kind of cute. If there's spirits in them, that makes sense. Not evil ones though, I don't think. Can't just drop that and move on. Possess lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws. They're a real pain in the arse. Gotta do at least 1 or 2 exorcisms a month. A coffee grinder. That's wild. Guess it's fun, maybe. It's really dangerous, exciting. Wait, the coffee just move? So I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people are in here? Are dead? Yeah. It's like it's pay for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or are some of these people just really into ghost cafes? A little column A, a little column B. Plenty of mortals come through, but this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so we get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Plus those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic. Literal vampires? No, like boomers. Landlord class. Oh, those vampires. Same thing, I guess. So to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. How can you tell? Once you've worked here for a while, you get some sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing. Gotcha. Speaking of sixth senses, I got one for trouble. You have 2 sixth senses? Yeah, wouldn't that just be a 6th and 7th sense? Oh, is that Maddie? Hello? No, that's Ashley. Hey, Ashley. Ashley had adopted the cafe staff a couple of years back. Much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. He was the kind of ferocity, smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Oh no. Today she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil and brought with her a look that said, "I'm an invisible genius." She was mostly right about that one. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. Shut up, Kisan. Get an extra pair of hands. And none of my ashlings are around to help. Don't you have any clamps? I got you a bunch for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. Pretty sure I saw one on a table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper, Ashley. I'm busy. Please. Hey, I could probably... please. I could... Come on, Ashley, you gotta let us work. I'm not gonna get anything done down here if you have to keep going upstairs to find the screw that you've misplaced. But... Hey, no dice. Ugh. What about Shay? You can help me. But what about emptying the dishwasher? Sounds familiar? It should, because I told you to do it an hour ago. Oh. It's really no trouble. Oh, why don't I take this guy? Only thing he's busy with is being dead. It's a bit inconsiderate. Hey, come on. Ashley! I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners! We talked about this. You gotta be more respectful in front of customers. Please! I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on. And I'm super dead. I'm cool with it. I'm Kishan. Very dead guy. Happy to help. You sure? can just send her back upstairs. Promise, it's fine. I'll just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Come on. We have work to do. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention, but with Maddie's newfound responsibility, some sacrifice had to be made. That meant the kid who would just have to occupy herself more often than not. She still feel guilty as hell about it, and you know, I reckon this place needs more plants. Jesus Christ, Jack. You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard. What's on your mind? Head in the clouds, as per usual. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts? Excruciatingly so. What's going on? Nothing important. Just my resting bitch face. Nope. This one's different. How so? Facial expression is reminding me of the time you tried to fistfight that cosplayer. Oh, the samurai? The one who bargained in waved his gift store katana around the man in satisfaction after I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee? Very specific. What's it look like? It looks like he got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. The precious memories I remembered very clearly. A mix of deep disgust, a whole bunch of derision, and a tiny pinch of pity. That is very specific. Yep, that's me. What a mood. Oh, this place is pretty. You alright though? Real talk. I'm fine. I'm actually fine, or let's not talk about it, fine. The second one. Bro, offer still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry, can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet. Oh, yeah, here you go. So, did the dishes need hand washing, or? I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Nah, thing's busted. Door latch won't close, might call the repairman. Ashley won't wash him by hand anyway. Her arm would corrode. So, I did it. Not a problem. Yeah, fair enough. So, like I mentioned, I'll need a repair unless you want to let Ashley at it. I called the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yes. Ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age. Only works when you pay the bill though. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired, or just buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Hey, don't work too hard. You'll wear yourself into an early grave. Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. That sounds like pretty tough work, old man. Oh, old man. For your information, I'm barely 170-ish. I'm failing to see the inaccuracy. That's pretty old. That's pretty old. Looks weirdly like young for his age. It was during a literal gold rush. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold. Only kind of gold I'm interested in is brown gold. Coffee. I mean ground. Shut up. Hey. So. I know it's just another stress in the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Ugh. Yes, another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery though. It keeps disappearing, not sure where. I don't know how long it can wait before we get more. Oh! Is that a robot? I hope we can afford that this month. Just, you know, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up. I don't think the importer is part of our cartel. They're quite nice. I see photos of their kids. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. Also my ass. And yet, we keep buying from them. Well yeah, the beans are good, man. Just everything else on top of them is stressing me out. Yes. I'll happily accept the blame for some of that. It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything and everyone. So stressful running a business. The shitty council of death and the doubly shitty time that we owe to them are the last thing I want to think about right now. Whoa, council of death and time death? Oh, I lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. And I can help you feel a little bit culpable for that. I know. Yeah, I know. And you can't thank you enough. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out as a team, just like we always have. You just don't want to deal with it, you know? I get it. I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or caring too much. I know the cafe is yours now. And even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie. But I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Things are already falling apart. But you're gonna have to face reality at some point, you know that, right? Jay! Oh my god, yes, I know! I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man. Council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours. Ooh. Alright, no worries. Give me some space. Might go check on Ashley. You seen her recently? He's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there. Like my clams or something. I better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. A lot of stress and drama here. Shit, he's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt. So we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it and make him fight each other. I love it. He looks so concerned. This is gonna be great. I wanna build something that gets put on the TV show Row Battle Royale with flamethrowers on it. A menace? You're not gonna put one of this little guy, are ya? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want you to record a fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers. Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attached. He just looks more and more concerned. Pass me those zip ties. Zip ties? And the knife? Knife. And my coffee. Are you sure? I even gave you that. Coffee! Damn it. It's empty. My coffee's empty, Christian. The world is beginning to vibrate. Maybe it's good that your cup runs empty, yeah? I think my cup needs to run it with more espresso in it. Oh no, please don't give her more. How many shots did you put in there? Too many, Kizan! But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. Icarus, he flew to the sun. I'm cold. In unrelated news, I have a headache. I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. There's a twist ending to that one. I'm holding a knife, Kizan. No spoilers. Oh my god. Ah! No spoilers, promise. Alright, Shay, just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You got this. Hey, kids! Ah! Intruder! Oh, that was close. Kisan, my buddy, my pal. Did I get him? No. You missed. Damn it. What do you mean, damn it? But wait, intrude on purpose? Extremely on purpose, yes. I'm fine, by the way. Oh, it's just you. Would have been worse if it was someone else? Probably. Unless there was an actual spy come to steal my robot designs, and it would have been good. Oh, this kid needs a 24/7 babysitter. My god, a menace, a whole ass menace. This one. Hey, I think I'm crashing. Shh. Oh no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? He'll wake up in about 15 minutes with no ill effects. But oh my god, it looks like his knife is in his eye. But you probably didn't give her any more coffee. She turned into a real goblin. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Goblin. Oh, she told me that it would make her immeasurably powerful. I mean, she's not wrong. But you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kids got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here touching knife to robots. It's very convincing? You don't have to tell me, mate. He basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she's nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw though. Makes me proud in the weirdest ways. This guy is like, what the hell? Ah, did she learn from the best? Did. But the best definitely wasn't me. Matt is pretty deadly with knives. Loves to flashy tricks. Bad habit probably. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. My name's Che. I used to own this place. Now I'm sort of sitting around, cause trouble, and sometimes have knife thrown at me, I guess. I'm Kisan. And I died today. Ooh. That was interesting. Very funny. And very real. Oh! Look at the robots! Ah! I'm alive! I'm alive! Oh, we got a loud one here. I'll be nice. No, it's scary waking up. Bad lies coming. I think it's reliving his last moments. Looks like it. Are these actually still robots? I do not remember having this many links. You're in the club, pal. You're reborn in a new image. I see. I'm Kelper, nice to meet you. And I'm Jacoby. I am undefined. I know that name will stick. His body's made of milk carton. Should we call it milk? No, it's basic. Imagine if you called me Goon just because I'm made of a Goon box. Wouldn't like that at all. Actually, I was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think. How does a new friend feel about it? Acceptable? Lovelace. I like milk better. To be fair, I like milk. That's cuter. Nice to meet you, Lovelace. Still want to call it milk. Ashley's still a robot. Cute. Sure. One of them was helping in the kitchen or in the coffee. During intermissions at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. Oh. Okay. Let's explore a little bit. Addie, okay, I guess that's where we explore the main story. What does the menu say? Highlight a passage from Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. Most study of alchemy throughout history can be categorized as either practical alchemy, that is alchemy which aims to understand the world only as well as is needed to fulfill certain utilitarian needs, and philosophical alchemy, that is alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as it is, without prejudice for which portion of alchemical understanding can be willed to utilitarian ends. In the modern alchemy movement, there have been tendencies within literature to place a greater emphasis on philosophical alchemy based on the premise that coming to a more complete and correct understanding of the universe is the best way for us to discover new practical methods for the physical use of alchemy. Much of this is based on the modern scientific movement in the post-Enlightenment era. Much like our understanding of theoretical physics gives us more accurate models of physical reality, which have real applications in engineering, and having a better understanding of alchemy on a philosophical level informs our practice of alchemy. However, it may be that this focus on alchemy, which passes on emphasis on being correct rather than useful, has thrown out the baby with the bathwater. Admittedly, my position here is hardly biased. The fact that practical studies of alchemy have largely been chased on the ground is the reason that the tome you're reading is self-published rather than distributed through more official channels. For example, underappreciated in the development of modern alchemical practices, the use of 5-element model. Early pre-Aristotelian alchemical models were based on an understanding of 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Later, Aristotelian alchemical models separated elements into 4 categories: earth, water, air, and fire. While this model may be more accurate and reflects an evolution of our understanding of alchemy, it seems to sacrifice a more practical separation of elements in a way that better allows us to understand less tangible things. While wood is not an element strictly speaking, it helps us to think of it as such. After all, just opposing wood against elements such as metal and fire makes it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about wood that seems to make us behave like a super element with practical uses beyond the conventional. There's a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually led us to discard the 5-element model, the new model no longer allows for the existence of this sort of question to exist in academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It's a book for troublemakers and rule breakers. Indeed, the fact that you hold this book in your hands right now is probably evidence that you've broken several rules to acquire it. That, or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you're reading my work in search of identifying information which might lead you to my location, or you're reading to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. These sentences are so long. Perhaps after reading my work, you realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you've been believed, or perhaps you realize that they've been exactly as dangerous as you've been told. Oh. Think about alchemy the wrong way. I didn't expect such a deep thinking into alchemy, and this. But I suppose this is about necromancy. Oh, what's this? Lamington recipe. Authentic Australian lamingtons. Ingredients: 200 grams butter, 1 cup castor sugar, 5 milliliter vanilla extract, 3 male fowl eggs, 500 self-raising flour sifted, 1/2 cup milk, 2 cups shredded coconut. I can't. Why are they using grams and cups? Why not, you know, deciliter, milliliter? Icing: 2 tablespoons sugar mixed and dissolved in water, 1/2 cup cocoa powder, 100 grams butter. You'll also need convention oven, lamington pan. Okay. Possible substitute. Oh. I'm sure it wasn't that important, it was just a recipe. I wanted to see if I could find something about the people sitting here. Ooh. A fisherman. Maddie was about to leave the counter when an old-looking man pushed the door open. He was hunched over and he walked with a bit of a limp, and even at the distance he could see the leathery texture of his skin, a testament to many years well lived. Maddie had been about to leave the counter to shave, but there was something in the way the man walked that made her want to stay long enough to see if he had any special requests. She wasn't sure if she would like the man, and in fact she was fairly sure that there was a good chance she wouldn't have much to say to the man or much she would be interested in hearing from him, but it was obvious that the man had paid his dues and she felt that she owed him at least a few moments of her time. Even if she hadn't done anything in life worth of admiration, he at least had done enough to earn her respect. It was only when the man sat down that Maddie saw that his skin was cracked, but not wrinkled. His body had been aged, but it had been aged by the elements in the sun more than it had been aged by the passage of time. The slight limp in his step could have easily been the limp of a young man who had spent one day too many lifting loads that were 1 kilo too heavy for him. He took the seat directly in front of her. "You serve food here?" Apparently the man was more interested in finding out what was on offer than figuring out where he was. Maddie kept herself from visibly smirking. There was something she liked about guests like that. People whose only question was what was on tap. Maddie glanced at Che. He gave a nod of assent. Yes, Che was willing to play the role of grill master today. "We do serve food," she said. The man squinted up at the menu above him. My eyes don't work too well on this slide," he said. "Got a paper menu?" Maddie reached on the counter and pulled out a menu that looked just as aged as the man sitting in front of her. Its scars were from coffee stains, not cuts, but as watched the man hold the menu, there was something about the combination of the two of them that felt right to her. The man stared at the menu for a good deal longer than it must have taken him to read everything on it. He finally spoke about it after a long considered pause. "Do you suppose it would be a problem if I were to order something I didn't intend to actually eat it? That's not the kind of thing that would offend me," said Maddie. Actually, but exactly the kind of thing that would offend her. Then why would you say it like that, Maddie? Yet there was something in the way that the man asked that made her feel like whatever reason he might have for not eating food he was served, it would be a good one. And she was half interested to find out what the man's reaction would be. "I would have the grilled halibut," he said. "Ah, halibut," said Maddie. She understood. Many people enjoy the concept of grilled fish more than they liked it in practice, and if this man knew himself well enough to be upfront and honest about it, you could respect that. "I can't promise that it's never been frozen. I hope that's not a problem," she said, sure that it wouldn't be. "Sounds like my kind of fish," said the man. "The best halibut swim in cold water. Ain't a problem if that water happens to be in solid form after the halibut passes." He nodded to Che, who nodded back and headed back to the freezer. The man placed both of his hands on the counter and folded them. There was something serene in the way that the man sat there, with no indication to glance around and inspect the cafe he was in, No nervous movement in his legs, no strained expression on his face to express that he was waiting for something to happen. He looked so calm that Maddie almost didn't want to disturb him, but she chafed at the idea that only squeaky wheels were deserving of praise. Some wheels were too polite to ask. Do you want a drink while you're waiting on that? I don't think I need a drink, said the man. Alright, said Maddie, picking up a whiskey bottle and placing it in his field of view, a mind of what he was free to ask for. The man squinted. Is that Jack Daniels? Indeed it is, said Maddie. The man's shoulders rose a bit in what looked like barely a chuckle. Got a fondness for that particular drink? It's just that we share the same names. Said the man. I'm Jack Daniel. No relation to the distiller. I had several friends who took it upon themselves to check. As you might imagine, I've seen a lot of those bottles over the years. It's the kind of gift that people enjoy giving you when you have a name like that. Is it a gift that you enjoyed receiving? It's always a pleasure to receive a gift, said Jack. It's nice to know that you have friends who care about you and think about you. Is it a gift that you enjoyed consuming? I had a shelf in my flat where I collected them, waiting for other people to come, so I had an excuse to open them. Ah, said Maddie, picking up the bottle and placing it below the counter. Sorry if I brought up a bad memory. He laughed. Where's the bad memory? They're good to receive from friends and good to share with friends. It's a reminder of the people who I was close to and the things I did with them. No need to apologize for that. Maddie smiled. She was beginning to find that she liked Jack, and it seemed like Jack was the kind of person who liked her, if for no other reason than he liked people, and Maddie was people. She chuckled with him, and she enjoyed the chuckle so much that she almost missed Jack's momentary sideway glance, an unguarded moment where his mind seemed to be on something other than what he was talking about. It was only an instant, but it was a flicker of pain that she learned to recognize over the years. There was something in him that was hurting, even as he remembered his friends. A sense of loss? Regret about something left unsaid? Maddie wasn't sure. Whatever it was none of her business. But she wanted it to be her business. Well, anything you want, just ask, said Maddie. Cup of water, warm glass of milk. Warm glass of milk? What do you think I am? Maddie shrugged. 5 or 6, just the right age to drink a tall glass of milk before being shooed off to bed at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm just barely older, said Jack. But if I do want that glass of milk, I guess I know who to ask. Hi. Guess that was that for Jack. Did he get that glass of milk? It looks like it. Unless that is a whiskey glass. Ashley's journal. Are we really gonna look through her journal? Well, I think we will. Robot Battle Royale Robot Power Rankings. Wild Lass. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was styled to be a girl who could control storms and run like a ninja, a real lass of the wind. Maybe a girl of the elements, someone with the ability to become the wind itself. If I were a wind lass, I would vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I would be right there, but she wouldn't notice it because I would be one of them in the wind. Then when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. It would only work outside and in the rooms that were really breezy. I would probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked it up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up, which at first made me think of this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arm under enemy bots and pulling it up to flip them over. It never even tries to smash the other bots to bits and melt it with fire. Then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. Windlass moves like a master, spending the entire match trying to bait his opponent into exposing his weakness. And then, like a ninja master that knows how to jab at exactly the right pressure point on the back of the neck to make her enemy's head explode, Windlass grabs the enemy bot by the one part that happens to be sticking out at the wrong time and flips it onto its back. Note, most books only have wheels or legs at the bottom, not the tops. When you flip them over, they are totally helpless and the match is over. To avoid this happening, make sure to put wheels on top as well. When I make a bot like Windlass, I'm gonna call it badass because that's what it is. Fair enough. So that was less a journal, more like a actually fangirling over robot fighting robots. Okay. Is there anything? Oh. Chase collection. Judgment. Number 1. Oh, this is an angle. Chase sat in the corner of the cafe with a book in his lap. His eyes danced over the page for several moments, the words on the page illuminated by the candle that said perched on the armrest of his chair. Then after several moments passed, he turned the page. He hadn't actually internalized any of the text on the page, nor had he taken in any of the text in 50 preceding pages. He was vaguely aware of the fact that the book kept on referring to a man named Henry, who Che presumed was the protagonist of the book he held in his lap. Beyond that, he knew little to nothing. I didn't particularly mind this fact. In fact, he started actually following the story that was told in the pages of this book. He would consider it a great failure. Kay enjoyed sitting down with a book, and he enjoyed the platonic ideal of reading. But when it came to telling stories, he found books to be a poor substitute for a person sitting next to him. He didn't pick up books when he wanted to be told a story. He picked up books when he wanted to be alone, to situate comfortably here and bask in candlelight and sit silently in a meditative state. He turned another page. "Hey," said a familiar voice interrupting him. "I'm in the middle of a book, Ned," said Jay. "If you hadn't noticed." That was the book's secondary function. It deterred people who might see a man sitting alone and seize upon the opportunity to start a conversation when he was not in the mood for a conversation. "Is it a good book?" said Ned. "I was enjoying being alone with it," said Jay. "Yeah, you look really engrossed. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got a favor to ask." "I said always to ask a favor," said Jay, looking past Ned and speaking to no one in particular, even though there was no one but Ned near enough to hear him speak. "Why is it never hey, Jay? I just want to stop by to offer you a favor." "I did that one time," said Ned. "You said you were busy, which I figured was your way of politely saying, 'Please don't bother me with this kind of visit,' so I stopped." "Did you? I don't remember it." "I'm sure you do remember it," said Ned. "It was from back before you started forgetting things. Sometimes around... When did the war start?" "You're going to have to be a lot more specific," said Che. "You know, the war with the soldiers and the guns." "I think he's lived through at least several of those." "Ah, that war. I did narrow it down a bit, didn't I? I'm not that old. Wars were fought with guns when I was a young man. Same for you." "Did they?" "Well, it was the war with the, Ned trailed off. He raised a hand to his face and flickered his helmet, mimicking the unmistakable pang of an M.I. Grand? World War II? Which one was that?" "The one with the Nazis," said Che. "That sounds about right," said Ned. "Anyways, I came to ask for a favor." "Hope that favor was spend a few minutes of your time having an inane conversation." "But we already did that," said Che. "My, but you're snippy today," said Ned. "Gotten into you." Che held up the book. "A good book is what's gotten into me." "Sorry," said Ned. "I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. I'm in need of an interpreter." "You speak Cantonese, right?" "Yes," said Che. "Right," said Ned. "Can I steal you for a few hours?" "Not if it is to be an interpreter," said Che. "Why not?" "You speak Cantonese and you seem fluent enough in English, so why would you say no specifically to translating?" "Being an interpreter is not as simple as being bilingual, Ned. Isn't it? I figured you hear things in one language and say them in another. Seems simple to me." "Are you illiterate?" said Che. "A bit." "Can you write a work of great literature?" said Che. "Nope," said Ned. "Well, there you go. There's more to translating than being bilingual. That's true. There's like context and different ways of saying things that mean the same thing, and I've yeah, it's just a lot. Speaking as a bilingual. Oh, come on, said Ned. I'm in a pinch. I'm not asking you to be a great interpreter, just an adequate one. There's lots of bilingual people around, said Che. I'm sure you know other places to ask. Yeah, but, you know, I know you're not the kind of person to spill secrets, said Ned. And it's the kind of conversation that I just want to be between me and the other person, you know? Right, said Che. Sounds like you need a professional interpreter. I heard they're great at facilitating those kind of interactions. Come on, said Ned. What can a professional interpreter do that you can't? A lot of things, said Che, but for one, a professional interpreter is someone who can count on to allow you to use their mouth to say incredibly stupid things without letting you or your counterparty know just how stupid they find the interaction. Funny that, said Ned. I always figured that's the kind of thing you would be good at. Because I'm so good at holding my tongue. Yeah, I tried before, said Che, kicking up his feet. Being an interpreter pays well if you find yourself working for the right people, and it leaves your hands a lot less callous than some of the work I found myself doing instead. You notice my hands have calluses. Turns out holding your tongue is oftentimes harder than digging holes. Come on, you know how to be a diplomat, said Ned. Fuck off, said Che. There, that was me being undiplomatic. Now would you kindly find out the solution to your problem, one that doesn't involve me performing a task that I've told you at least twice now that I'm not going to do? Ned started to say something but stopped just short of making an utterance and backed off. Hey, Maddie, Ned shouted. No, Maddie replied. I haven't even asked you for anything yet, said Ned. I know, I thought I would save you the time, said Maddie. What is it with your people? Maddie turned towards Ned and glowered at him. You people? Ned raised his hand defensively. I didn't mean, look, I just mean that you two are, you're birds of a feather in quite a few ways. Maddie stared at him, and Ned contemplated whether there was any way for him to make a statement grouping Maddie and Che together when making him look worse than he already did. He sighed in frustration. You know what your problem is? Yes, said Maddie. I know him quite well. He's standing right in front of me. That it? God, Ned, just leave these people alone. Anything in here? Crucible product reviews. Spirit resistance quartz crucible with self-sealing lids. Product description. Heat resistance. 1650 degrees? That's a lot of degrees. Self-sealing lids from airtight seals around the crucible's ground rim, highly restrained to corruption and spiritual interference. Oh! Their inner and outer covering allows for easy spotting the cracks of imperfection. All soluble for mixing potions and filters. Average rating 3.5 stars out of 5. I love this. 5 out of 5 love this. The covering, despite being coarse, has textured appearance that gives a silky smooth feel to it. Most crucible feels sterile and cold, but this one makes it a perfect beverage container when entertaining guests. 4 out of 5. The previous crucible set I used was inherited from my grandmother, who brought them from New England. Unfortunately, 2 months at sea were not kind to her spiritware, and her crucibles were filled with tiny cracks and microfractures that allowed unsightly looking suit to build up, leaving them stained with hard grey lines everywhere. Looked like they're about to crack apart at any moment. She used them for several decades to come, but every time I worked with her and watched them heat up, I was afraid they were constantly on the verge of shattering. Once she used to contain a lot of wayward spirit for several days before finding a home for it, and I would get up at night to check the embers on the crucible, and it was always unsettling me seeing how fragile the container was. Several times I found myself tempered the tipsy crucible over to see how easily it would shatter under my soft touch. Needless to say, this new set is much nicer. They are sterile and I can keep several of them in my bedroom without feeling unsettled by their presence. 2 of the crucibles in my set arrived with small chips in them, but I contacted the manufacturer and they placed them with no charge. The replacements were express chipped and the process was quick and painless. With great customer service, they offer replacements up to 1 year. For the price, they can't be beat. What? So why did you give 4 out of 5 then? That sounds like a 5 out of 5. 4 out of 5. All mine for 2 weeks and it didn't crack. It's decent for the price. That also sounds like a 5 out of 5. Received mine in the mail this morning and can't wait for to try it out. So glad to finally found someone selling crucibles at a reasonable price. A brand name one costs over 200, which is outrageous. 1 out of 5. Oh, what does this one have to say? Bought this several weeks ago since it was the cheapest crucible on the site. Advertised as spirit resistant. I'm working on a filter for my graduate thesis and purchased 100 of these for lab use. My plan was to monitor 100 different animal spirits of the different types of plant matter to compare how different biomaterials affected the vigor over a 9-day period. The first day I was with a sample of mugwort, fever, ginger, ginseng, golden seal. I placed them in the crucible located 80 and left them overnight, and over the next 2 days did the same with all the remaining crucibles, finishing on a Friday and leaving the lab alone for the weekend. When I arrived back on Monday, I knew that something was wrong when I noticed a rain cloud hovering over the door. It's not uncommon for rain clouds to appear at any time of the year, at any time of day in our parts of the country, but it's quite enough to find a rain cloud localizing entirely within the hallway of your research lab. I braced for the worst, but I guess I should have braced harder. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell that opened the door. I immediately felt my eyes watering, actually found myself choking. It smelled so bad. I slammed the door shut and went to the basement to grab one of the emergency respirators we keep down there. Unfortunately, the respirator did little to mask the terrible stench inside the lab. I opened the first crucible and saw that it was filled with a tar-like substance, and as I studied the inky-black breathing form, I felt the air sucked out of me almost like it was trying to drag me into the abyss with it. I threw it onto the floor and the container shattered, splattering the floor with the tar-like substance, which began to slowly crawling across the room. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed the tar until I was completely covered and heard that sound like a spluttering noise followed by a long gasp and a scream that faded into oblivion. Oh. After poking at the fire extinguisher spray, whatever was underneath was clearly quenched. I took the remaining crucibles and placed them in the oven and baked them at a temperature of 1,600 degrees for several hours as I sat alone in the lab, contemplating the cruelty of existence and wondering what my academic advisor would have said about my thesis project. After several hours of waiting, I opened the oven and checked the contents of the crucible, revealing nothing but ash. Whatever it was that had been drawn by the spiritual emission of my lab work was gone from my world, but the memory of that day will haunt me for all the remaining days of my life. That sounds kind of like your fault. Not the crucibles. Do not buy this crucible for spirit-related applications. My wife is one of the product designers who worked on this item. The crucibles in this list come from manufacturers called... Oh. Oh, they cut the cost of spirit... Oh, that's fucked up. Whoever they found that products advertised with updated ad copy to reflect this didn't sell as well, so they continued using the old product description which advertised as spirit resistant with the new product line which is not spirit resistant. That's fucked up. I don't know how they are getting away with this. Apparently the definition of what is actually spirit resistant are legally murky and the number of people affected is small enough that they continue to sell well. They're far away from this one and warn anyone you know who might be buying an item like this that it does not work as advertised. Makes sense. So it is the crucible's fault. Nice color. Okay. Okay, no, that was fun. That was quirky. Okay, I think we're gonna continue with Maddie's story. Yeah. Continue, yes. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. I think it's quirky and fun. It's an interesting premise. Brings up a lot of cool things I've been thinking about for a bit. Like alchemy and spirit. Necromancy. Man, love to see that. I could use a pick-me-up. I can't promise I'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still though. Oh, that's only there sometimes? How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another slightly longer that we use instead. Much less exciting, but on the upside, it's consistently there. I love telling new people about it though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. Or enthusiastic at all actually, because as soon as I stopped to think about it, I realized I'm actually extremely messed up about this. I understand your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or, your unlife? I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Geez, that's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mildly sentient, too much magic in the soil for it to not be really. So the cafe's alive? Not necessarily. Plenty of things has come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category. But it's still conscious. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating, so... Quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? Nah, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? Didn't actually catch it and I feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie? He's the owner now, not just the barista. Still makes coffee, of course. But since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No, I have a boyfriend. Ooh. Had? Oh jeez, this is a lot. Can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry. Don't enable him, Kizan. Gosh. I can get you something stronger, mate. Instead of whiskey, perhaps? Just throw something in the coffee, you know? Plenty of drinks that are like that. Well, it is, mostly. Do serve alcohol though, and stronger things than request. Stronger? Like what? Fiji? Absinthe? Pure ethanol? You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that? Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure. Remind me later and I might pull out some of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kizan. Hey, someone's gotta drink it. I know you're not gonna touch the stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me, I have a perfect good reason for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. we like agree to disagree on that one. So, on. What will it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex? To treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If you have the ingredients, it shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you. Cool. In that case, can I have a... Maddie's gone. A dribble shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse, coconut milk macchiato. Wait, what does a reverse mean? Oh my god. The 2 sugars and whipped cream on top? Maddie? Yes, there is. Can you, I don't quite know how. Is this real? Is it too much? I was gonna ask for a shot of whiskey Jay mentioned earlier, but it seems a little extra. Well, yes, it is too much. I don't think even Starbucks would serve that. Why? Because a fucked up order, man. Every single word that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. But the whiskey's fine. I do that too. I have a counter offer, which you have to accept. Yeah? I'll make you another double shot long black and I'll put whiskey in it. But I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, oh god, I'll strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards. If there's any concept. Oh, sorry, chat. Give me a second. Sorry about that, I'm back. They'll smell delicious afterwards. That's any concentration. I can strip your soul and use it to clean the countertops. It's scary. You know? It's very scary. Yikes. That does sound like a competitive counter-offer. Not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. Normie. Oh, this is nice. So to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the laws of physics. There's a heart attack worth of sugar in it, and it's something only wankers ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead, or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place, which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. A bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old and still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place? You got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can't be bought, sold, and exchanged, generally speaking. But the Council of Death always collects on debt owed to them, and you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. Your soul starts to get itchy too. It's not something you want to experience. I've had a few stay past there a lot of time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. And as charming as you are, we're already racked up too much debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole as it is, hour-wise. And cash-wise. We're extremely poor. Been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. There's something happening tonight actually that you might be interested in. Seriously? You're still doing that? You know the council doesn't look at this stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers and helps us shape down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. It's a bit annoying, isn't he? We have a 13-year-old right here, you know. Oh. She's heard enough course damage for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. He's right though. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So fuck Ned. Ashley! Goodness, I think you had too much coffee today. Oh. I'm crashing so hard right now, I have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a freight crash. I'm having a double crash or something. All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay. Does kitchen count? It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you learn to ignore it pretty quick. Are tradies? We're tradies? 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 Still tradies unless they changed carrier in the last couple days. They're not my roommates anymore because... Hey mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yeah? Even just adapting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? Ready? Yeah, that'd be good. TB didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Ah, looks like a decent sized one rolling in. Melbourne's weather strikes again. I go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Just clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? You need a bribe? Yes. Have some chocolate hidden away? Acceptable. Let's see. Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't. Yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes, but not the contents of my pockets? I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. That doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, unfortunately. How about this drink? I guess you're gonna give me a straight vodka or something. Nice stuff. You don't like making complex drinks? Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Oh, okay. What you got then? Okay, it's gotta eat everything you can think of, and then some. I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside? This looks like the guy from the beginning. Outside? Guy out in the rain? Ah, shit. Maddie? Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on that drink. Ooh. Oh. Trouble. Morning. Hi? Hello, recently departed. Hey, the hat you're wearing kinda makes you look like Ned Kelly. Could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So how's this one, Carkid? Good morning to you too, Ned. Oh, this is Ned? Yeah, okay, that brings good context to asking what... Yeah, this guy would make me stressed too. Good morning to you too, Ned. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline. Piss off, Nedward. Not even my full name. Isn't it, Maddie? Kay said it was and he never lies. He never said that. Well, no. But it was worth a try. A try of what? Catching me off balance? Say some shit along those lines? Mate, I'm so off balance right now that a light breeze could knock my head over ass. Don't push me. Hey, this mint julep is great! Just want to contribute that to the conversation. Did you catch the game last night? No. And I do not care to discuss the expert with you or anyone else. Don't try it. It's making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Not much. I'd like to talk to Che at some point, but he can wait, seeing as he's missing. Planning on sending out a search party? Might do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by letting him wander onto some train tracks or something. Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs last I saw. What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me, why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you lot are racking up. He can't go far. You got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt, not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Jay! Your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi! I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. Seem like a bit more of a dickhead, Ned. I'm a lie, from where I'm standing. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death. So even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out. Does the Council of Death like a normal city council, except for wherever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. This guy? Me? No. You. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you, Ned, the trash man from hell. Because council picks up trash. That's the joke. Let's explain it so much. Oh, cool. He even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. Not from hell. I don't care. To be clear, Ned, in any case, we weren't already. You are the trash. Yeah, I get it. Kinda looks like a thumb. You know how long Che's gonna be? I know. I was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I had to hide like 5 steak knives from her. I don't even know we had 5 steak knives. Oh, he came there quick. Be quiet there, mate. How long you been sitting there? Doesn't matter. Why your employees being very rude to me. So if you'd heard any of that. I keep trying to tell him. Ah, my employee, yes. Got some catching up to do. That's the boss, Ned. I don't follow. Did you quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Ah, far from it. There's been quite a bit of a shake-up in the cafe's management structure since you last visited. Oh no, don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Hey, does anyone else like mint tulips? This poor guy just roped into this drama. Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure. The usual. Yes, please. God, the tension between these characters. How come he gets a curly straw? That's a bit unfair, isn't it? No one answers him. So Che, spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person. Well, every man's got his price. And my price be a curly straw too? Buddy, I give you 2 if it means you stop complaining about nothing. What did you make this with? I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put a bunch of bayou and chili seeds. I got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit if nothing else. Does this have any mint or julep in it at all? Definitely may be lacking mint, and I cannot confirm or deny the existence of the mystical julep. You asked for bayou earlier though, so there you go. Mission complete. Maddie, I am getting drunk very fast. Why she would do that to you? Oh no. This poor guy. Hey, I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need no lie down. Listen, my dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the boots in the back. Up the back. It's nice and quiet up. I'll fight ya. I'll win though. Up you get, mate. Poor Kizan. Bloody hell, it would have been helpful if you told me about this before. Probably. I'm not worried about it. Maddie knew that she was getting into this whole cafe situation, and it's natural it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it? Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, not worried about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment on that for the moment. I am unfortunately here on official business. Oh. I shouldn't have given you the straw then. No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? Just Maddie. She won't use it to derail a conversation and make me look like a fool or anything like that. Straw? No, I get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it in the dry dishes. The dirty dishes then. Oh, it's like a emote. Oop. Gone. Poof. The sacrifices I make for this job. Hey, you met me through it. It can't be all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago. Man, really? Longer. Time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-immortal. This old rust bucket has still got an expiry date somewhere down the line. What's this about immortality? Hey, you should buy more plants. Shut up. You should, Maddie. Sorry, continue? Immortality? Nothing that I trust you with, that's for sure. Aw, don't you want to see crushed old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers. You're a loss. So, you two headed upstairs? Actually, Ned does in fact have something fairly important to discuss with you. Oh. It's about the debt you owe to the council. Yeah, I know. What about it? Oh. Wait, is he wearing shorts? Why is he dressed like a dad? Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours. They signed a contract. The hours of the cafe. You own the cafe, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Ooh. There's nothing left to give. I waited here so long. I listened for your song. And fell right through what you said. There's nothing left to give. Okay, anime intro. Okay, go off. Not quite sure if the rituals are about. I'm wondering if like the ritual in the beginning is because of the depth, or is it, or if it's about the origin of the cafe. I'm a bit confused about that still, but I guess we'll figure it out. You know, that was kind of intense. Do they do it often? Song and dance thing? Yeah, that's what they. What do they think? They're some sort of anime street gang? Sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme, so. Don't be down or Paul. No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter. Oh, between Maddie and Ned? Yes. Yeah, they got chemistry. Not romantic kind, explosive kind, can live in some same room together to kill each other. Bad history? Maddie just a zero troublesome person from Ned's perspective. Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him. No, I suppose not. I mean, she does make it easier. Doesn't make it easy either. I don't think she's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't he famous? Wasn't he a famous criminal? And herein lies the irony of the situation. What a strange world we live in. You know, these tiny robots that actually has been making is very observant and conscious, you know? They seem to care a lot. Oh. Student mode is not available. You can now speak to Ashley to access student mode. What's student mode? Oh, we're in the second floor now. Oh, billiards. Okay. Where's... Guess we'll find Ashley eventually. Ooh. Fisherman too. Oh, we get... This is, Jack. Jack Daniels. The expression on Jack's face was expectant when Maddie came out of the kitchen spraying his plate. Expectant? Carrying his plate, not spraying his plate. Carrying his plate. Expectant but not impatient. The expression fit his posture, sitting upright with hands folded and resting in front of him. Your help is ready. Jack's eyebrow raised when Maddie set the plate down in front of him. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin just a tad, allowing the scent of grilled fish to waft into his nostrils as he drank in the odor. Several moments passed, a smile crawled onto his face, and he grabbed a fork and began cutting to help it up. He was several mouthfuls in when Maddie spoke up. I thought you said you weren't going to eat it, she said. Couldn't help myself, said Jack. Smelled too good to not give it a taste, and tasted too good to stop. I couldn't help but notice the hesitation, said Maddie. Jack held up the fork, which had a piece of fish speared on it. You know, a fish like this, you never know what kind of memories it's going to bring up. Not all memories are good, but this fish, it tastes like adventure. Conquest. You fish much? You could say that, said Jack. Did you grin? I make it out of the water several days each year. Catch any big ones? Lots, I'm sure, said Jack, but I'm more of a quantity over size kind of person. The most important weight is your tally at the end of the day. I'm not the patient kind of fisherman. Where you learn to be so patient, if not from fishing? Fishing's the only time I'm not a patient man, said Jack. Funny, said Maddie. I tend to hear the opposite from a lot of people. I take really long vacations, said Jack. That's when you fish? That's when I don't fish, said Jack. Ah, you're a fish tradesman. Better known as a fisherman, said Jack. Yeah. Could have left with that, you know, said Maddie. Didn't I? Said Jack. Well, like I said, I don't get out of the water very often. Out on the water very often. And yet it's your profession, said Maddie. I think that would mean more days on the water. Such is life in Alaska, he said. Fishing seasons get shorter every year. Ah. Halibut are seasonal. But you can only catch them when they migrate, is that it? It's the kind of business that only open a few days out of the year thanks to Mother Nature. Thanks to the government, said Jack. In 1970, halibut season was 150 days long. Then it got shortened to 100 days. You only work 100 days out of the year? No ma'am. 100-day halibut season was before my time. By the time I found myself on the side of the Pacific, they were down to fishing derbies. Fishing derbies. Actually, that's what got me out there. Derbies? All the fish you can catch for 24 hours. You're spaced out. Fishing season is just a few days a year now. Can you make a living doing that? You can catch a lot of fish in one day, said Jack. That's why they had to shorten the season. It doesn't take very many skiffs in the water before you have a problem with overfishing. I was sold on the promise of working for several days out of the year and being able to come back home and live the good life of the 360 days out of the year. But I didn't have to work, he grinned, and Weather suggested he wanted Maddie to come further. Did Alaska deliver on that promise? Said Maddie. Is America truly a land where the streets are paved with gold? The streets aren't paved with gold, even though I'm told there's black gold to be found in Alaska. But yes, Alaska did deliver on what was promised. I worked several derbies a year and I made enough to live pretty well. I just skipped the part where I was supposed to come back home. What's the matter? Said Maddie. Didn't want to sail back to Australia? Afraid of getting seasick? No ma'am, said Jack, apparently missing her joke. He met someone who convinced her to stay. A few someone, said Jack. Spend some time working as a skiff with someone, that's the kind of bond you don't find easily. It's not the kind of thing you give up easily. That kind of bond, working only a few days out of the year. It's intense, said Jack. It's like being in the line of duty. It's a little like going to war. War against the fishies? War against the sea, said Jack. When it's all you can catch for 24 hours, you don't have time to be safe. When the day arrives, you're out on the water, no matter the weather. And those skiffs are not large boats. For every 1,000 fishermen that go out, 997 come back. Firefighters are better odds than that. Soldiers are better odds than that. So yes, it's a bit like going to war. He looked down at the fish in front of him for a moment. There were some times I could swear I could smell death on the water, and every time you pulled up the shore with a boat full of fish and the same number of men you left with, it was a giant middle finger to death's face. He broke into a grin. In those moments you never feel more at home, and when you have that kind of experience with someone, you don't fuck off to spend a year in Australia, you know? He tapped his chest. I'm one of them now. Jack looked around, and Maddie realized it was the first moment he'd seen Jack really take notice of the space he was in. His eyes squinted as he scanned the shelves behind her, and the people at the tables around him. But I ended up here. I think I always knew I would be here, sooner or later. Oh. Hey? Sounds like an interesting job, you know, going just fish like a couple days, but it's like all or nothing. That entire day is just you need to go no matter what was going on. Just I wonder how much fish you need to get in order to live comfortably the rest of the year. Really hard. Rad. New character. Brad took a sip from his beer. It was non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He leaned over the table and lined up his next shot. He eyed the problematic 9 ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to bank in it, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set it up. If he had an audience, he would go for the bank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine, but today there was no one to impress. No audience for flashy low percentage shots. He took the shot on the 11 and 12, and 3 shots later sunk the 9. An easy shot on the 8 sealed the deal. Brad scanned the table. 4 solid ball remains, a dismissal performance on his part, or a stellar performance on the part of the stripes player. That was the problem with playing against yourself. You always won, but you always lost too. Brad chugged the remainder of his beer and added it to his collection of empties, which now stood 5 bottles strong. He took a moment to survey the room. His table was the only one of the 4 that wasn't used. That didn't come as any surprise to him. It was early in the evening, and he had grown accustomed to spending time alone in his room. He knew when he could come here to be alone, and when the other sharks showed up. Brad grabbed the triangle. It was looped around his collection of beer bottles to set the balls in order for another round. Someone came up the stairs, and Brad looked up briefly, long enough to see a woman who he recognized as the door-faced barkeep who had served him the beer that kept him company for the past hour or 2. Several steps behind the woman, he saw an older-looking man. The man stopped in front of the table opposite Brad's and began chalking up his cue. Brad directed his attention to the man. He usually offered people a game when they came up, but the man seemed prepared to keep it to himself, so Brad said nothing and tried to focus on his own table. He set up the break, and the other man coughed as he shot. Hit the cue about just a fraction of a degree off. It bounced off the rack into one of the side pockets of the rest of the balls just around the table. Stink. Brad didn't swear when playing pool. His earliest experience with the competitive billiards had been in an environment that forbade obscenities and issued foul penalties every time he let out an involuntary shit or fuck. Had to find cleaner substitutes. Break came the sound of the old man's table. 2, 3, 4. Brad put down his break cue and picked up the leather-tipped cue that was leaning against the table. 5, 6. Brad cocked his cue, trying to avoid the tilt from his bad break. 7, 8. He lined up to shoot and realized that the man was already finished his balls out of the pocket and collecting them in the triangle. Brad did a double take. Had the man sunk the 8 ball after 8 strokes, including break? Brad continued playing his own table, but kept an eye on the old man this time. It happened again. Break. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect clean sweep. As the old man began clearing the table, Brad walked over. "Excuse me," he said. "Can't help but notice you just hit 2 perfect games." "What's that?" the man turned to Brad, squinting at him. Brad repeated himself a bit louder this time. "I was just complimenting you on your 2 perfect games. Impressive stuff." The man heaved his shoulders. "Sometimes you get a bit of luck on your side." "Still," said Brad, "you don't see novices hitting 2 consecutive perfect games." The man laughed another ineffectual shrug. "Do you, want to play a game?" I gestured to his own table, which was already set up. Most of the people who come around here tend to be novices. I've been itching for a bit of competition. I paused, but the man said nothing. "Of course, if you prefer to play..." I grabbed some water. "We can play," said the man. "Though if I can shoot perfect the 3rd time, you won't get to." "I'd be impressed if you could pull that off," said Brad. The older man racked the balls and stepped away from the table to let Brad break. Brad leaned over the table and took several practice strokes before finally connecting with the cue ball. The break was weaker than he expected, but he managed to sink one ball. He looked at the table annoyed and realized that he hadn't bothered to check if the rack was frozen before he broke. His next shot was straight into the middle pocket. He briefly visualized the trajectory of the cue ball in his mind. It would easily knock the 6 ball in, then bounce towards the front of the table. Brad wasn't confident of where exactly the ball would stop, but he was confident he'd be able to do something with it. He took the shot, and the 6 ball went in. Solids. After the cue ball settled, found himself with no good options. Brad smiled. Making something out of nothing was his speciality, and after a few moments of eyeing different angles, he settled on a shot towards one of the bottom pockets. A striped ball was in the way, so Brad hit the cue ball several degrees to the side, curving its trajectory around the enemy ball. It hit the solid 3 ball, and the shot was made. Brad looked at the man, hoping for some kind of reaction. The man's mouth remained a flat line, but his eyebrows arched. If anything, the man's lack of obvious expression struck him as a deliberate attempt to not show a response. That he managed to get a slight rise out of the old man felt like sweet victory. Brad made his next shot quickly, an easy straightened shot on the 2 ball, made without thinking about where the cue ball would land. That was a problem for future Brad. But several seconds later, present Brad found himself scolding past Brad for putting him in such a foul position. He was corner hooked. With the cue ball trapped next to the corner pocket, the only angle available to Brad existed in a 60-degree arch. He surveyed his limited options and breathed a sigh of relief as a relatively straightforward bank shot presented itself. It was an awkward angle, but he knew he could code the 3 ball into the opposite corner pocket. He took the shot, watched as the 3 ball rolled compliantly into his designated pocket. Unfortunately, the cue ball went with it, ending Brad's turn and placing the ball in the man's possession. Ah, stink. Brad could have sworn the man winked at him as he fished the cue ball out and lined a simple shot on a side pocket. The 9 went in, then the 11, and the 12. Brad found himself taking it for granted that each striped ball would enter his designated pocket, and instead focused on the cue ball. Somehow the cue ball always wound up in a position that presented the oldster with an ideal chip shot. Ball after ball fell off the bed until finally only the black 8 ball and Brad's solids remained. Unfortunately for Brad, the 8 ball and the cue ball were at opposite sides of the table, with several Brads in between. The man eventually gave up, settled for a defensive shot that put the cue ball behind the 8. Now the table returned. Brad was the one cut off from his balls. He lived for shots like this. He took the shot, the cue ball hit the 8 and the 8 hit the 1 and the 1 hit the 7, bouncing it against the front of the table and into one of the side pockets. Brad couldn't help but smile. Things couldn't have gone better if he had planned the instinct and muscle memory did what his calculating mind couldn't. Know that the table was conveniently free of striped balls. Brad has no trouble thinking the remaining consecutive shots he needed to close out the game. As Brad lined up the final shot on the 8 ball, he studied the older guy. If the man was reaching, he couldn't tell. Brad closed his eyes as he completed the final stroke, as he always did. He wasn't really religious. He stopped going to church with his mom when he was 12, but it always felt right to leave the result of the game to God. Damn, said the old man, as 8 ball fell into its pocket. Brad flinched. He'd been hoping for some praise from the man for winning the game. Perhaps a damn was all the man was prepared to offer. Excuse me, said Brad, but I don't think we bothered to exchange names. I'm Brad. Thomas. The old man extended a hand. I've got to say, said Brad, you're quite a player. I take it you're not from around here? No, said the man. I grew up in Brisbane, retired in Sydney. I'm just passing through. Brad nodded. No, yeah, I figured. I actually grew up in this neighborhood. Played on the table just like these when I was a kid, so I know most of the folks on the local competitive circuit. I guess someone like you would have to play competitively, huh? You don't pick up skills like that in a tiny pond. You'd be surprised, said Thomas. A man can accomplish quite a bit when given enough idle time. You have played competitive, said Brad. I used to, yes, said Thomas. I actually formally retired many years ago, but kept a table at home for practice. Keep my mind sharp. Where do you compete? Where did you compete? Oh, I toured in England. Wait, you were a pro? Pro makes a salary, said Thomas. I won enough to cover my travel expenses and to make up for the time I spent on working a real job. Brad couldn't hide his excitement. Wait, you said England? Did you ever play in the World Village Championship? Yep, said the old man. I played the WBC for a few years, but eventually I decided the title was a summit I'd never reach, so I quit. Wait, said Brad again. You said your name was Thomas, are you? Thomas Welsh? Indeed I am, said Thomas. You're a legend. I think you might be overstating it, said Thomas. Even when I was in my prime, I wasn't the best. They all speak for themselves. Nah, fuck that, said Brad. You were a finalist for 6 years running. Nobody's been that consistent. Even the best pros managed to run hot burnout after more than 2 or 3 years. Competitive billiards, never really thought about it. Thomas sipped his beer. I spent hundreds of hours watching your videos, said Brad. I didn't realize there were videos of me, said Thomas. I have tapes of the finals from 1967 and 1968, said Brad. I didn't record them before that, but your last 2 years got recorded for posterity. A kind of rarity at this point. But I had a coach who had a vault of old footage. Coach? Thomas arched an eyebrow. Yeah, said Brad. You didn't have a coach? Thomas shook his head. We mostly just taught ourselves. And each other. Sometimes you got to practice with people better than you, but that was it. Well, I mostly taught myself, said Brad, but after I started winning some regionals, I joined a team so that I could get sponsored and have a group to train with. Interesting. Brad waited for Thomas to question further, but no questions came, so he decided to continue without an invitation. You won the WBC in 2012. No luck since then, I take it, said Thomas. Brad stammered out, well, yeah. He laughed, awkward. I've never been a consistent player, not like you anyway. He offered a sheepish grin. My mom had an album full of article clippings talking about me like I was some kind of prodigy but the next big thing, but now it feels like I'll forever be a footnote in history. Brad waited for the words of affirmation to come from his hero. Thomas just took another drink from his glass, finished it up before settling down next to Brad's empty bottles. Said Brad, feeling foolish. Can I get you a drink in exchange for another game? It would be a real pleasure. Sure, said Thomas. Get me a Guinness. Actually, make it 2. Brad sprinted down the stairs and returned several minutes later with a tray bearing 2 pints of Guinness. Thomas began to setting up the table for the next game, Brad hovering over him. You know, said Brad, this place is pretty magical. Getting to play a game of pool like this, he wasn't quite sure how to say, but figured Thomas knew what he was getting at. I mean, this is the sort of place where anything can happen, you know what I'm saying? Not anything, said Thomas. There are limits. Well, yeah, said Brad, but still, 2 former champs, one coming from beyond the grave, so to speak. That's not the kind of encounter you would expect to have anywhere else. Thomas looked at him. Magical indeed. When I walked up here, I didn't realize that you were well. He rubbed his chin. Let's just say I don't meet a lot of pool pros at bars. He took a sip of his beer. You want to break? Sure. Brad broke and with his hand guided by instinct managed to sink 5 balls consecutively. Like magic, his shot always connected. Some people might buckle under pressure, but Brad's performance always seemed to rise to the occasion. With just 2 strike balls left, Brad knew he was on a streak, but he lined up his next shot. He took a moment to consider the position of the 8th ball. It was nestled in an awkward position behind Thomas' balls, but if he could clear a path to it while sinking the last stripe, Brad looked at the sea of balls and knew there were no way for him to mentally calculate every vector, but instinct had gotten him this far and he wasn't about to stop listening to it now. Brad took the shot and the cue ball knocked the last stripe ball into the corner pocket. Then the cue ball bounced off the table back towards Thomas' cluster of balls. Brad grinned in elation that the cue ball hit the solid, which hit another and another, and a shade of reckless sent the 8-ball heading right towards the corner just like he'd wanted. It was headed right towards the corner where there were no balls to intercept it. It was headed right into the pocket. He stopped grinning. Brad knew with growing dread that the friction of the cloth wouldn't be enough to stop the ball in time. It was the impending disaster to happen in slow motion powerless to stop it. The game had been going so well. He was about to hit a perfect game in front of his childhood hero, and he was going to lose it the most inglorious way imaginable. An accidental, illegal combination shot. Oh well. Brad closed his eyes, but not even God could help him now. He didn't need to see it. The sound of the ball plunking into the pocket was enough. He lost the game. Rip. That's it? Oh, we don't get to see the reaction? I suppose the embarrassment Brad would feel Dad was wished he was the one that's dead at the cafe, I suppose. God. Didn't realize they were going such detail over billiard. Delicate operation. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced at the floor creaked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley tiptoed to the case where Maddie kept the baked goods. Ashley lifted the glass lid off the case and closed her eyes at the scent of yesterday's lamington waffled up and overwhelmed her. Ashley had spent most of her life convinced that she didn't like coconuts, but that had changed the day Che introduced her to the lamingtons. To be fair, Ashley still wasn't sure that she actually liked coconut. Chocolate frosting could make anything taste good, but she couldn't deny the cake's irresistible allure. Ashley lifted the lamington from the case and gently set the lid back down. She raised the lamington to her lips and opened her mouth to take a bite. Ashley? Ooh, caught! In a moment of panic, Ashley shoved the pastry into her mouth and sealed her lips. The mouth was quickly overwhelmed by the pastry's thick frosting covering. She did her best to choke it down before turning to face Maddie. Said Ashley, hoping that her cheek didn't betray what was inside. Oh good, your hair, said Maddie. It's a bad sign anytime Maddie expressed the pleasure seeing Ashley. Normally Maddie wavered between being annoyed and Ashley's presence and being indifferently tolerant of her. Anytime Maddie was happy to see Ashley, it meant war. I need you to deliver something to Che for me, said Maddie, turning the counter to pick up a small bottle of something. As Maddie turned her attention to the bottle, Ashley took advantage of a momentary distraction to gulp down the remainder of the pastry. No time to chew, but her teeth wouldn't have done much good with the thick frosting. You're not busy, are you? Said Maddie. Ashley shook her head now. The pastry was no longer inside her mouth to create a conspicuous bulge of cheek, but opening her mouth would reveal the thick chocolate frosting that was still probably present on her teeth, so she kept her lips sealed. Good, said Maddie. He's upstairs. Get this to him ASAP. She handed the bottle to Ashley and Ashley found herself surprised by how light the bottle was. Looking down, she could see that the bottle has thin walls. Within those thin walls there was contained some clear liquid, and its seal was held in place with a metal clamp. Hermetically sealed. Ashley turned towards the stairs holding the neck of the bottle in one hand and let out a sigh. One last thing. Ashley swallowed her sigh with a gulp and closed her mouth before facing Maddie's lips tightly shut. Be careful not to drop it, said Maddie. Thousands could die if you spill any of it. In any other situation, Ashley would have asked Maddie a probing question to figure out what was in the bottle, or get some idea of the significance of the task that had been assigned to her. Significant enough that thousands of life held in the balance, but apparently not important enough for Maddie to do it herself. But Ashley's lips remained sealed and she merely nodded and turned around. She doesn't want to get caught with the pastry in her mouth. Lamingtons were not meant to be consumed in a single bite, especially by a mouth as small as Ashley's, and the thickness of the frosting that lingered in her mouth and throat made her desperate to ask for some kind of drink, but she dared not ask for one. Ashley looked down at the bottle, unsure of the best way to carry it. The bottle was slightly too large for her to hold in one hand, and grasping it in front of her with two hands felt awkward. The bottle wasn't heavy, but Ashley's confident in her ability to carry the bottle kept dropping as it was less than perfect. Should she cradle it under her arm protectively? No, that seemed like it would put her at greater risk of fumbling the bottle. The cork of her elbow wasn't as dexterous as her fingertips. She settled for carrying the bottle with one hand placed on the bottom to hold the weight and other to wrap around the neck to steady it. That does sound like the ideal way to carry it. Ashley walked slowly with the bottle as she ascended the stairs. Maddie hadn't told the liquid was volatile and the bottle was hermetically sealed, so there was zero chance of anything spilling out, but it didn't change the sense of trepidation Ashley felt. Armed with the knowledge that there were potentially thousands of pipes at stake, she cringed every time she saw the liquid sloshing inside the bottle, seeping up and lapping at the edges of the seal. Ashley realized her arms were shaking and pressed the bottle against her cheek, hoping to steady it. As Ashley's hands shook nervously with the bottle held against her chest, she wondered if she had a large amount of sugar she just forced down her throat had something to do with the shaking. It was more likely that her shaking was the result of being told that thousands of lives could be lost if you dropped the bottle. Part of me wondered if Maddie just gave Ashley the bottle to just mess with her. Still, the lingering taste of the pastry in her mouth didn't help. Ashley silently lamented the fact that she had been forced to consume the lamington so abruptly. Lamingtons were treats to be savored, not covered into one's mouth in a moment of panic. She hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy it. It was hard to simultaneously feel the pleasure of a tasty treat and the panic of being caught. Where was the outcome of this errand? She had wasted a wonderful pastry. Several agonizing minutes later, Ashley arrived at the top of the stairs and spotted Shay standing in the handrail. As she walked up, Shay turned to face her and she presented him with the bottle. Ashley cleared her throat of any lingering stickiness before speaking. Maddie said you needed this? Ah, good, said Shay. I was running low. Ashley gasped with relief as Jay took the bottle from her and started taking a deep labored breath and suddenly becoming aware of how high her heart rate was. Jay popped open the seal of the bottle and then splashed some of it onto a rag. Several drops dripped onto the floor and Ashley let out a terrified squeak. Something's wrong? said Jay. Maddie said that thousands of lives could be destroyed by what's in that bottle. Well, that's the idea, said Jay as he pulled the rag and ran along the railing that overlooked the cafe's ground level. This is supposed to kill 99.9% of all bacteria. That still leaves hundreds of bacteria alive, but I try not to think too hard about that part. Maddie did just mess with her. It was just disinfectant. Ashley's jaw dropped. It's disinfectant? Yeah. Jay, why did Maddie not tell you? Ashley's shoulders slumped in a mix of relief and exhilaration. You told me that it could kill thousands. And you didn't ask what you meant by that? No. I was preoccupied. Ah. He turned his attention back to the railing and inspected it for a moment before continuing to wipe it. Ashley turned to head downstairs. By the way, Ashley? Ashley turned to face. He reached out and placed a finger on her shirt, wiping off a bit of frosting. He raised it to his finger and smelled it. Chocolate, he said. Yeah, said Ashley. One of Maddie's lamingtons? Yeah. They nodded and licked the frosting off his finger. Go downstairs and bring one for me too, will you? There's no way Maddie didn't know. There's no way. A lot to read. Maddie's inbox. Guessing that's the one last thing. And then we can talk to Ashley about whatever the thing we unlocked was. From Jeanette. Subject: spirit beacon leaking. Hi Madeline, this is Jeanette from the location down by the docks. I believe we met in person for the first time last month. I was opening up this morning and noticed that most of our spirit juice was gone. I checked the map and saw that you're the nearest location with a spirit beacon. I think you may have drained some of her supply. Honest mistake, I'm sure. But if you could stop running your spirit beacon during peak hours, that would be much appreciated. Thanks, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Oh no, God. These emails is like, this is stuff I... Hi Madeline, I hope you got my previous message. Just want to give you an update on the spiritual situation over here. I had several bottles that I marked last night just to confirm the issue. When I got them this morning, the levels were below where I marked them. We're definitely losing spirit use, and you're the only spirit beacon close enough to be affecting us. Please modulate your use to reasonable levels. I don't think this should be a problem as long as you're not running your beacon overnight. Again, not trying to assign blame here, but please be considerate of folks at other locations. Thanks, Jeanette. Why is Maddie not... Why is she not replying? Madeline, we are draining spirit juice over here so fast that if I sit and watch I can see disappearing from the bottle. You're the only spirit beacon that's even remotely close to where we are. We really need you to stop. If it's affecting us, then it's probably affecting other locations. This is completely unacceptable. Fix this now, Jeanette. Hi Madeline, care to explain why you weren't at the terminal today when I showed up? I spoke with a girl named Ashley who said you decided to take the day off. What a coincidence. I was not impressed by the crying routine you had her do. Honestly, you should be ashamed of using a child's fake tears to try and hide from the situation that you caused. Turn off your beacon. I don't want to be the bad guy here, but if you don't do something, I'm going to have to get the council involved. Clarence, God. Does Maddie not know how to answer her emails? Hi Maddie, this is Clarence from the docks location. Just wanted to give you a heads up this morning. We found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe you met Jeanette last month, was leaving spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak and we ended up having a bit of a problem with some animated cutlery. Oh, it was Jeanette's fault, you know. Sorry Maddie. Of course it was Jeanette's fault. We have the situation under control over here, and we're mostly sure everything is accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, this started happening about a week ago, which might be enough for something to wander off far enough that we wouldn't be able to detect it. Very unlikely this happened. Just want to give you a heads up in case a possessed steak knife wandered off far enough to find your beacon and decide to pay you a visit. Sorry about this. Wait, is that what happened to the cutlery? They mentioned like they were losing cutlery in like the first episode, so the first chapter. Sorry about the situation. Rest assured the person responsible for this won't have any opportunities to mess up again, this mindset again. By the way, are you planning on going to M's birthday next month? Regards, Hans. From Maddie Chow. Misplaced cutlery. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I no longer use this address. Please use contact at Terminal Velocity or for anything related to terminal business. Hope you enjoyed M's birthday party. I don't remember why I couldn't attend, but I'm sure it was a good reason, Maddie. Oh. Fun emails, surely. Okay. Keep the balance. You're overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules the man kept posting at the door. This 24-hour rule. Are you sure you've been enforcing it? I think how we run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie. Actually, it is absolutely my business, said Ned. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. It's kind of what the word enforcing means. I need to go close my window. Give me a second. Sorry. There we go. It's getting windy over here. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules. So audit me. Fine, said Ned. Let me check your ledger. I don't keep a ledger, said Maddie. Maybe you should, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone to stand at the door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like that in place. Some people overstay their welcome, some people understay it, said Che. There's no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right, said Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. Maintain the balance, because when you don't, then we have a problem. We're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as a full-time doorman, said Maddie. Figure it out, said Ned. Tape the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you just eloquently mean one day and you don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That will be fine, said Che, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stay. Trust me, Ned. Anyone who would go right up the time limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is gonna mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour plus however long it takes to finish the drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit? I give a shit, said Che. You're right, you should give a shit, said Ned. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to score some out of her under 24 hours, because the balance is upset and you've got to correct it. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Che. Come on, buddy. I don't want you to have to take this place. I don't want that to take this place away from you. I would be quite the escalation, said Maddie. Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to, said Ned. Let's try not to escalate it any further. Jay sighed. Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours, okay? Buzz off. Whoa, really? Said Ned. Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the signs, you should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Perhaps should be for coffee, not tea. Done, said Maddie. Wait, really? Said Ned. Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also that caramel. We'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him towards the door. Hold up, said Ned. What are you doing? Removing an unwanted guest, said Maddie. I need to practice if we're going to start enforcing those rules you care so much about. No, said Ned as he continued backpedaling to stay upright. Look, could you just... Bye, said Maddie as Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door in his face. He turned around and leaning her back against the door and sighed. Jay raised an eyebrow. You're serious about the rule change? Yeah, said Maddie. I'll change the sign in the menu after we close tonight. Wait, really? The rule change just to keep him off our back, said Maddie. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take that off anyway. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Well, okay, said Che. So, I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out. Of course, said Maddie. Wouldn't want to set the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with all that extra time anyway? I do wonder why they're so old, though, you know? Why do they have so many hours? Or is old age like much older in this universe? What is student mode? In Student mode, you can draw a face for each Ashling. Whenever an Ashling appears throughout the game, you'll be able to see your artistic... Oh! Okay. Sure, let's do that. Can I use my... I can. Oh, no, I did not. I wanted to erase. Okay, what are we drawing? Copy. Can't have different colors, so how do we go back? Wait, do I need to go in and out to draw the different ones? Okay. It's a horrible sound. I wish there was different colors. I kind of want to add like highlights, but it's okay. Lovelace. Right. There you go. There you go, looking wonderful. There's all little robots. Looking adorable. I'm gonna take a photo. I have to pull out my nifty little drawing tablet. Speaking of drawing, got new emotes. If you follow, or sub if you'd like. Gonna be 2 more follow emotes coming soon, TM. As I am continuing drawing them. Okay, let's continue the story. Before we continue, I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, okay? I'll be right back. Yeah? I'm back. Hello. Alright. Let's get back to it. Yes. Hope you guys are also taking breaks, you know, staying hydrated, getting some snacks, you know? Hope you are enjoying the story. Oh, he's absolutely knocked out. Day 2, the terminal. Aw, he should be left by now, shouldn't he? Rise and shine. I don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours not sleeping. Man, I was hoping I was having a really long, weird dream. Sorry, no such luck. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. Totally understand. Want a coffee? Yeah. It's something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I don't even know you had it downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there desperately trying to fix a death situation. Sounds like he's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly. He just mentioned wanting to do that. There's some rest to call the red comment that you wouldn't stop talking about for a while. Ah, and then because of that I actually got obsessed with wrestling for a bit. She kept trying to suplex me. Did she manage to? It's tiny. A couple of times. Ha! It was very humiliating. I can imagine. But to properly answer your question, Maddie's running a gambling ring. Downstairs, all by herself. It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional you mean morals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh. Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. Gambling. And I'm guessing you, instead of chips or money, you're gambling with hours of your life? Or time in the afterlife? Or in the passing through life? Purgatory? A gamble for time, amongst other things. Oh. There you go. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified. I mean, as long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. We turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise, but I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way, because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. And by the problem you mean the death, right? Yeah. I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Yeah. I'm a bit worried about her. I wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. It's also appreciated. Maddie will figure it out eventually though, I'm sure. Just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually maybe paid for a bunch of them. How do you expect to pay for them? Alright, yeah, no cash. If I was feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time, but you're a nice kid and you need every minute you got. Oh. Wanna head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm also not gonna stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on then. I'll stick up around here. Yeah, let's see the gambling ring. Catch you in a bit. Ooh. I wonder how that works. How do you give time? Do you just say it? And then it's like, yep, that's... I guess we'll find out. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well worn, with smooth ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished on a silky sheen through years of use. Vision had always liked stairwells. People never lingered on them for long, and he found them to be a good place to catch a breather. He wasn't obsessed with them. That'd be weird, but he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. From you to me, with the understanding that your remaining moments of display are unlimited, you surrender this time freely, without coercion, as agreed. Contract fulfilled, you're free to go. Ew. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? Everyone felt dead silent. Come on, isn't anyone gonna have brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came in to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously? Anyone? Don't haul out on me. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is that what we come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kiss hon. Good to see you upright. Entering a game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Uh-oh. Sure? Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure. What's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it? Oh, finally something I'm good at. Wow, we found it! Episode 3, Rise and Shine. Hey, come on, Kizan. You got a lot of knives in this place. Tell me about it. Damn, this thing has good weight to it. Of course, I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. Ah. What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to take it into calling me an inferior tool. Shit, that was long-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Kishan did another experimental slash, and this time it made an audible whoosh. Spectres owed and awed. But this wasn't for them. He knew they only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show. Don't think you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps? Shh, not a chance. Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering? Kay mentioned something about you gambling with time. Ugh, it's not gambling if it's a game of skill. But that's beside the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. And you've got around 16 hours left, in case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yeah. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours. Yep, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You got 30 seconds. Smash the timer when you're ready. Ooh, what's this game? Come on! Ooh! Oh, it's that game! Crowd cheered and kissed and feed up their enthusiasm. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He made her eyes grinning and continuing his performance. His stabbing motion got fast as he went, the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs strong enough to drive the knife a millimeter or two into the table were good if you wanted to put on a show, and of course giving the Spectre a show was part of the fun. Might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. I remember my aunt used to do this. 16 sets if I counted correctly. Whoa. Couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with. She gonna lose? Nah, she's gonna kick his ass. Feeling good about that result? Certainly am. Righto then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. 16. 1, 3, 7, 11. With enough time to drop the blade too? Told you she's unbeatable. Is it magic? She could cheat if you wanted to. Definitely not, she's just that good. Poor guy, he didn't know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. Beat me fair and square. Pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. How does this work? Smile. Oh. It's like this. You won't feel a thing. Jason felt a brief tightness in his chest, and just for a moment the tip of managing burned white hot. Oh shit! Sorry, I lied. It's done now though. That's intense. Literally just pulled it out of his chest. Okay. Alright, does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge, even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you to get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. Oh. Maybe put a stop on it. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs, and I got bored. Right. So, you took some hours from kissing, huh? Yes, I did. You feel good about that? Okay. Do you? I want them fair and square. He didn't know what he was getting into. There's an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploiting. He knew the rules. It doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he would get some extra time. And barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen. It doesn't matter. He just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference. Wow. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passive tourists out of their time. We're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Don't pout. This is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this. But while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your best. But this really truly is not sacrificing your own it's not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with hours just cheapens that. I give the hours back. Okay, I was pretty great with the knife. Still not as good as me. I was pretty close. Mm. Mm. Seems like such an easy thing, like such an easy thing to actually. Oh, the faces I drew. Sorry. Yes? What form did you have before being reborn? I think I was a crab. Come on, I'm being serious. I actually wouldn't harvest spirit liquid from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I lived above trees next to the sky. So a bird then? Wings and feathers and such. No, not that. I do remember flying though. Oh, were you a sugar glider? Scribe? Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how I actually found you then. Could have been anything really. You mentioned bright lights earlier. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so whether you like it or not, shut up. I'm still adjusting. So everything that's alive can be turned into spirit liquid. That is, it has its own sentience, I guess, I suppose. And actually is putting them into robots. Reminds me of I Am Future that we played a couple weeks ago. Consciousness being put into robots. Studio mode is not available. You can now speak to Kish-san to access studio mode. Ooh. Oh, this place is creepy. I love the ambiance. Okay. Okay, this wandering spirit. There's Beth 1. Then there's billiards 2. Okay, let's go with Beth. Let's go, little girl. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hand, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish that one quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind them wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. Beth felt her palm getting sweaty and loosened her grip of the knife in her right hand, sliding her thumb along the guard to assure herself that its shape hadn't changed at the moment she picked it up. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I'm just a little girl. Well, as little as as any 15-year-old girl could be. I'm still a little girl. Can do, said the man, and he drew his knife up an overheard swing. The man's movement suggests that he didn't know how to use the knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing a fist, like he was trying to bludgeon her with it. Like he never really used a knife before. It was stupid. Mercifully stupid. She tried to reassure herself of that fact, trying not to lose her resolve. He lunged towards her as he brought the knife down and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose the grip of the knife. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm and pulled him towards her while thrusting her own knife towards him at chest level. She drove the knife into the man's chest with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released her grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand on his chest, moaning, "Son of a bitch." "Doing okay down there?" said Beth. The man sat up and patted his chest. "I didn't expect to lose to a girl." "No," said the man. "Well, that too, but I didn't expect it to hurt this much." "These rubber practice knives are no joke," said Beth. "If I stabbed any harder, I might have broken a rib." The man stood up. "You got a name, girl?" "You can call me Beth," he said, extending a hand. I thought she just murdered someone straight up that was trying to attack her, but I guess they were just practicing. He shook it with a look of hesitation. "I'm Kyle." "I got to say, Beth, that was kind of a cheap trick." "What do you mean?" said Beth. "I mean the way you blocked my knife with your arm. Just bounced right off. Couldn't do that if we were using real knives." "He's right," said one of the spectators. "Not really fair fight with rubber knives." "I like a rematch," said Kyle. "Yeah," said one of the spectators. "Rematch." The others began chanting along him, "Rematch, rematch, rematch." A voice thundered from above. "I thought I told you guys to keep it down." Everyone spun around to face the stairs leading up to the ground floor. Patty was leaning over the railing up the staircase with a stern look on her face. She tapped the poster on the wall. I took a moment to glance at the sign. "Fight Club rules. Don't quote Tyler Durden. Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise to a reasonable level. We don't have many rules here, said Maddie. Please don't make me kick you out of the basement. Everyone else in the room cast their glance downstairs, downwards, looking ashamed with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, confident she had made her point. Taking a little sip. Seriously though, said Kyle. Not really a fair fight without real knives. Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. Oh god, Beth. Where do you get these? Asked Kyle. I swept them from upstairs, said Beth. They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it's cooked steak or a human arm. Beth held up one of the steak knife by the blade, presenting its handle to Kyle. We already broken one rule tonight. How about breaking another one? I won't get hurt, said Kyle. I mean, I can still feel the pain, but you know, I'm not afraid of getting stabbed. Neither am I, said Beth, but I don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed. She turned the knife over in her hands, pressing her thumb against the tip, just not to draw a single drop of blood. Kyle grinned. Do I look like I would be here if I'm afraid to die? Oh, and that's how it ends? Oh. Okay. Intense. Wandering spirit. Kishan's footsteps echoed in a way that startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just a contrast. The surrounding environment, which seemed to completely silent, that made his footfalls seem so jarringly loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gasping space below him, filled with some sort of mist that he couldn't see through. It was fog-like, and yet despite the fog that lapped at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Christian felt an overwhelming, sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of sweat and rotting wood, but all he could see around him were steel beams and a concrete path in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. The smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Jason shivered. Far in the distance he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure he was inside feel almost tunnel-like, as if its only purpose was to convey to him that distant building. He continued walking forward, but he walked. The building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked fast he could feel himself moving towards the thick, stifling air, yet as he looked down he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him, unchanged as though he was walking in place. Jason started to turn backwards, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was again facing into the tunnel with a distant building at the center of his front view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of the light, and he was forced to close his eyes and look away. Oliver was confronted again with the sight of the small hut where he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently inside of his chest. The tunnel was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside of his head. Something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back! I have to get back! He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut. Placing him again in a world of darkness until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of the small hut in the distance, now looking far more away than ever. I have to get back! Kirsten kept facing the building and took a step backward. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knock him forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hand raised to the opposite edge of the catwalk as he fell, trying to steady himself for fear of falling off. The catwalk was wide enough that his body and length close enough to the edge without have been a risk, and yet he looked towards the edge and he felt a growing sense of dread. There was something down there that would capture him if he allowed himself even in the smallest hold of him. Almost as he thought it, he felt the sensation of something pressing against his legs. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The hut ahead of him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same, running not to reach a destination but to be away from whatever was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back, a worry that he was somewhat trapped in here. But now that worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Kissing leaned forward and ran. He wasn't a runner. He often found himself winded when forced to climb more than one flight of stairs. And yet he ran and ran. Felt no sense of tiredness holding him back. No need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it was the fear of whatever was behind him. Was that strong? Jason felt the air sting in his eyes as he ran, but now he was running so fast that the thick air felt like hot winds on his face. Tears began running down his face, but he couldn't find within him to raise a hand to swipe his eyes. That could mean slowing his spirit, sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was running down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point, he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears of his face had dried, Kissing realized that he could hear only the sound of his own feet as they struck the catwalk. He couldn't even hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There was no sound of anyone or anything pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and look down. He looked over his shoulder. This time there was no blinding light, only a distant glow, like the light at the end of a long tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and observing the dim glow of the distant light, Keate suddenly realized how far he'd run. He turned around and saw the building right in front of him. It had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the grounds around him. Keate reached the door handle. He had expected it to be locked and felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under the pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whatever was on the other side of the door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside the building? Answers and more baffling questions. Keate looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Whatever this place was, he needed to escape it, and the only form of ingress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and felt the door swing open. Oh. Is that it? I wonder if that was a nightmare he had, or is that maybe that's what happened after he died and he had to like run in order to get to the cafe somehow, maybe. Cellar, staff only. Oh, well that's closed. The terminal. Okay. Hi. What's the studio mode? God, it's so bright. Oh! Guess I could make an animation. Well, I'm not gonna tinker with that, but hey, if that's interesting to you, then you have the game. Take a gander at it. Maybe I'll do it later. Look at you turning into a responsible human being. Yeah, we've already been here. Okay. I say we start episode 4. We've already gone through that. Continue? Yes. Let's go. Drinks and snacks ready for episode 4. Oh, like this. This is beautiful. Ah. Day 2, 5 PM outside the terminal. Ah, Tom Ned again. You right? Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Durry? Hmm? You want a durry? I'm sorry, Durry. Coffin nail. Cigarette. Wanna smoke or not? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. Thanks. No worries. Where are you from then? You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Oh yeah? Whereabouts? Smith Street. Crazy up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your apple toast. Ha! Piss off. You're about housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd. Being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah. Right. Hey, what's apple toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Can't you just go out and just eat some? I'm sure Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Avocados are a highly malbound fruit. I don't trust them one bit. What do you mean? So I also got this whole situation. That's what's this. Oh yeah, can you even eat? It's just a thumb, just a tube. You got it. So what does it taste like? I don't know, like avocado and toasted bread? Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste, like peas. Ah, definitely better than mushy peas. Love me about the peas, mate. What? Because they're the only thing that you can eat through a straw? Watch yourself. Gonna stab me with your Death Council powers? First off, it's the Council of Death, not the Death Council. They're totally different things. Secondly, if you really think that's what we do, walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers. I mean, you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah? We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly, is all. We're asking cafe owners to settle their time. That isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fucking ironic as that sounds, yeah. That keeps the peace. Dude, I know. Want another? Sure. Didn't expect these two to have a bonding moment. Ah. I think that's the door you go through at the end of it all. I love the sunrises here. They're alright. You watch many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. You just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden? No, I still feel like shit. Ah. How about you, Kizan? Kizan? I don't feel great. I'm still having a lot of trouble. You guys, I'm dead and I've only got a couple of hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone really probably understands what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea what comes next. It's really fucking terrifying. I'm never going to see my friends or my boyfriend or my family again. I'm just gonna pass on. I'll never know how they remember me or mourn me, and if I'm gonna remember that's the good dude who tried his best, or if I'm gonna forgotten in a year. But that good dude who tries his best couldn't even win a freaking game of five-finger fillet in the basement of guess to pay the basic in the banks of the sticks as far as I can Telling God, I can't even tell if that matters. Were the stakes low? High? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented. I'm trying desperately to feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself, but the degrees that is incredibly scary and I don't know how to deal with it. 3 breaths. That's a spiral and a half. Yeah, fair. I actually came out to apologize for that. The game. Oh, for God's sake, Maddie, have you been gambling again? Can it, Ned? Listen, I shouldn't have taken the time from you. Took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did. I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I usually don't do this. I was different this time. That's my business. Can't believe you're so dwindling people out of hours to try and fix your debt. Dude, I know. It's bloody undignified. And it's clear violation of the rules. I'll banish you right now, my man. I thought you stopped pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Che. You really think doing this is going to help you pay this debt? Yes, absolutely. And if you've got any bright ideas on how to do it, otherwise I'm all ears. We should never granted you and Che those licenses to practice. You obviously failed to be responsible with them. Really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding. It's all behind me and you know it. Been working on some good for the last 100 years. With the council? Really? Yeah, we maintain the balance. You know why it's important. Sure do, I don't need you moralizing at me from your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys. But I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Kitchen. What it's worth. I'm sorry about all of this. I never been on to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the land for decades, evading the council. As a crime they call reverency, staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place as some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. Sorry, that's all stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, I'm just filling up empty air. You should head inside and grab those hours back. Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now. Might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell that he's at the end of a rope. And you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you. Think so? Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid actually seems to like you, yeah? I guess. She just kinda dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on, go inside and say hi. I got some business to go stick my nose into anyway. Alright, catch you in a bit. I got some questions about the council. Of course, I won't be out for long. Later, mate. Hey. Yo. You want those hours back? Guess so. It's only 4 hours, so I don't think it'll make a difference. It's okay. I prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around. Is Ashley? Me too, I guess. I'm pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude. Don't psychoanalyze me. I mean, to be fair, getting too attached to the guy who's gonna disappear, like, just gonna be completely dead within the next day, it's not really the best move, you know? Just still for a minute. Alright. Lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist. Is this part of your ritual or just an excuse to hold hands? Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the fragrance required and you probably don't care about that. True. Alright, yep. Give this time freely and without coercion. creation. As above, so below, I maintain the balance. No. I maintain the balance. Oh. Oh. That's it. So it's much easier to grab it than giving it back. That's okay. I actually feel better. I feel less itchy. Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right, yeah. Why doesn't Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it? Councils are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us. That's fascinating. Tell me about it. I have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. Don't seem so bad to me. That's because you've not run into any of the ridiculous rules. A bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards of treatment of spirits. Is that why you gave me the hours back, because Ned realized you broke the rules? No, that's all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad, that's all. Oh neat, so you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No dude, it's not like that at all. You don't need to clarify, I get it. Seriously, last day on Earth. Moving on. Fine, sure, I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got to serve this customer. I'll help. Really? It's probably not a two-person job. Yep, come on. Day 2, 6 PM. Terminal. Ew, anything else that needs doing? Nah, I'm gonna take this tray of glass into the kitchen. You can go chill for a bit. I'll take them. You need a break. Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way. You'll find it eventually. Cool. Back in a minute. Is he still playing chess? Get some more water. It's been a lot of reading. My throat is like... Ah, please, water. Alright, let's see what these two are up to. Ashley and Clay. Okay. The pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles. Yeah? What's this then? Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own Keate. No, it was just a pawn. And maybe a little bit of Hebrew. Bishop! Knight! Ah! You're at the castle and... Check. Check, you say? Oh, I didn't think of that. You activated my trap card. Hey Maddie, come check this out. Tricked him into a false sense of security. Oh man, that's embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard? Yes, I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real Hebrew was inside me all along. I freaking love winning. I should try doing this more often. Chance, win at chess. It could grow into a big winning streak, you know? You wanna play something with us? You should really head back down to the bar. There's nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they know where to find you. How about I grab us all a drink? Be sure there's nobody waiting down there, then we play something. Won't be 5 minutes. You're actually gonna come back this time? You never come back. Oh. I'll come back. Promise. Why don't you pick out a game while I'm gone? Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today? Something, something with a lot of dice. Die it is. See you in a minute, Maddie. I'm surprised there isn't more customers at this cafe. I expected more of them. Ooh. Oh, is this because it's underwater? Oh, it's so cool. What game is this? That Ned, Maddie, and one of the robots. And that's why the fourth season of Robot Royale was an absolute betrayal. But you still want it to be on it one day? Well, yeah. Unless an indie circus opens up. Like in wrestling? Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that. You could probably put your own local league together if you work really hard. Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them. Human-controlled robots are boring though. I want to be more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashling. How big? I think I'll start a car size, then move on to more of a bus adjacent factor. Oh my god. I'm not sure we have enough power for one of those. You would have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We need liters of it at least. That'd be super cool. Didn't you say it was illegal though? Well, technically. But what Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. He loses his head if you do half the things we're doing around here. I don't know, he's been feeling lenient with you, right? Ah, he wasn't always like that. A long time ago before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because I... Did you believe because I shouted at criminal? Ned never shut you down because of that. Am I thinking of the same criminal you are? Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny. What sort of criminal were they? Just a minor demon on the run. I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door and dripping blood everywhere. Ah, that's metal. It was extremely metal. How long did you manage to hide her for? Not too long, maybe 6 weeks? The time flew by, if I'm being honest. Why is that? Was she from the clock realm? No, nothing like that. We are bonded. Magically? How'd you do that? Thought you heard you tell Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between being on this plane. No, not magically. We were lovers. Oh. Ew! Yuck! Ew! Ah, happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now? Old and boring? Yeah. Sorry. Despite myself, I must say you're definitely not boring. There's that patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh yeah. Charms, hexes, curses. That's all on your account, old man. Ha! I wanna deny it. Ooh, a knock. Hey, Maddie. Hey, dude, having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. Checked everywhere. It's behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I told you I checked everywhere. Now you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. Can't miss it. Have another look. I'll be there this time. Sometimes you just gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. Is this the hallway? Is this the thing that the molecule that only moves if it's getting observed? How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie? Oh, we're keeping him? No, we're not keeping him. We're gonna let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point. You feel sorry for him? Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. I like him. Ha! Do you like him because he's nice, or because he was good at passing your tools over? Yes? Don't get too attached. He's not gonna be here forever. Well, I know how it works. I enjoy hanging him around, just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Oh, Ashley, that's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. I mean, it's still true though. I'm used to people moving on. I suppose I'm used to people moving on is the point. I can deal with it. Good. In some things, some people are just the time and the place, right? I think this game looks so pretty. It's very like the angles is so beautiful, so visually engaging. Oh. Hi Ned. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Hey. Why did you do that for? Is it to scare him? You gonna keep staring at the coffee stain or nah? Yes? Okay, whatever. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book as far as matters of life and death are concerned. Yeah, I don't want to go. I know you probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 people or whatever. It's not about staying around for people wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sound, like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I spent enough time here. Cafe? No. All this, guess you can call it discipline. Roughly speaking, I suppose so. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah, why? Well, that's a way. You find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half there, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that. How would you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? Crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life force understands that no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills. Here's the thing though, you don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety, something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything, they're just dickheads. Anyway, if you can take life force from people, you can also drain it from animals or plants. But in this business there's a lot we don't or can't understand. One of the things we can't understand is why life force from animals or plants is tainted. It feels gross. If we didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How were you feeling today before Maddie took the hours back? I felt like I was slipping away. Like my mind was really foggy. It was really hard. It was really hard to think or put sentences together. No one really noticed though. Typical. Imagine that but 10 times worse. You're foggy but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like a collection of puzzle pieces don't quite fit together. Like an engine that's running out of oil. That sounds horrifying, right? So, did I do it? Probably not. How would I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam. Just run for it. But you'd catch me. Not me personally, but yes, the council would eventually. And that's it? That's my only option? Perhaps? Depends on how you feel about bonding yourself for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice. I have no feelings about it one way or another. Smart ass. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever, instead of moving on? I don't know, I guess that'd be up to me, right? What do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch in my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I regret, sure, but it's not as useful a way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space instead of outside of it, it's probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. I'm just ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. But if you're willing to accept eternal bondage with the council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work though. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How do you learn to deal with it? It just took some time. When you're used to it, you learn not to think too hard about what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view on everything, things generally shake out alright. Tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway. Maddie being one of them. Ugh, habitually. We wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Kay. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we chatted a bit, but what makes him so special? He provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who knows as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years. No way, he's that old? He looks like 60 max. Yep, much older than that, like... oh, 110 years older than that, I think. 100? Wild. We're getting sidetracked though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know? I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it? How much time do you have? You've been out for only 25 hours. You're overdue. Put it on Maddie's tab. Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever. Unlikely. If the next few hours are anything for how I felt this morning, I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. Wanna get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. Jay told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some. And even then... So you tried the... bottled salt? Oh my god. You pulling my leg? Nope. You got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have it. That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn it. So, are we going to drink it or not? Council regulation required me to confiscate it and force the owner to dispose of it. We're doing him a favor then? I suppose. Come on, dude. Jay said it'd knock you out flat. When you say you, do you mean me? Or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. It's funny, he's like, hey, let me consider joining your council that is all about the rules. And now let's break those rules. Actually, while I think about joining. There's no technically possible that would make my interest peaked. Well, let's not waste any time. Damn it, this was a setup, wasn't it? Basically. You in? Fine. Oh, this looks deadly. Good thing that people can't get alcohol poisoning. Hey! Oh my god. Tuberoxy. Tuberocracy. Okay. Hey, Maddie. Yo. Your orders arrived. 3 days late, mate. I got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Oh shit, that explains why it's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. Coffee beans. Oh, end of the episode. The cabbage is considered to be a vital part of the hair now. I like forgot I drew these faces on them. It looks so ridiculous. Every hero goes to hell at some point, and in the story they usually come back, which is a bit that seems weird to me, but I don't think that's how it works in real life. The cafe has a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that we're going to conquer hell and come back, but never return as far as I saw. The idea of at the base is that the grand scheme of things hell, the underworld or Hades or whatever you might call it. Anyway, that's where they are, like we're trapped inside the spear and we leave it to go to hell. The ancient Greeks ever considered that maybe we've been outside the whole time just wanting to get in? Maybe they did, matter of perspective, I guess. I'll ask one sometimes the way I met one. Or perhaps we're just waiting our entire life for this to pass through the firmament to the next place. A bit driftwood that washes to be sure whatever the next place actually is. Seems weird, but maybe that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room. Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment either. The world does never operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human thinking projects on things that are much more complex than they can ever believe. I don't think what's waiting on the other side is even something we can even conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip though. That was deep. None of the other robots had anything to say about that. I mean, there is a lot of like thoughts about what happens when you die. Like, what happens to you? Is there you go somewhere? Like, Tuan and Hana just. Who's Tuan and Hana? Ah. Ah, over on the dock. Looking at the cafe. Shit. It's an interesting location. Oh, I cannot go through there yet. Okay. Funeral. Maybe I should go back to like... I mean, I think that when you die, it's like... something happens with that. Like, we're all this energy, right? And I think that just seeps into whatever's around us when we die. Into the earth, we become nutrition, substance, energy, and that's how we live on with everything else. Like, that's where our consciousness goes. I think there's an actual, like, place. I've been thinking, said the kitchen. Uh-oh, said Maddie, about the people that I've left behind. Well, I'm not going to see any of them again. Well, then could be about to walk through that door, said Maddie. Don't taunt me with possibilities, said the kitchen. You brought it up. Yeah, well, he slumped over in a funk. That has a real finality to it, you know? Yeah, it does, said Maddie. That's death. Travel from life to death is a very one-way street for all, but a few individuals. And if you're standing here, then it's a bit late for chess paddles. I guess I'm thinking more of the fact that I'm not going to see any of my old friends again. Not as long as they're alive anyway. It does tend to be how that works, Maddie. I hope you're not surprised. Not surprised, the kitchen, but also I wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't the case, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure at least one occasion I've threatened people by saying, I'll haunt you. You know that's never going to happen. Pity, said Maddie. Could have been someone's grudge ghost film. Guess that's one can find in the annals of Japanese horror cinema. Hey, Kitchen, I was wondering, do you think there's any way for me to see what's going on at my funeral? Don't. Alright, alright. I just thought, you know, it's kind of everyone's fantasy, right? To see what people have to say about them after they pass. Wouldn't you want to see what was going on at your own funeral? I think it's none of your business what goes on at your funeral, said Maddie. Really? The kitchen, I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to plan their own funerals, at least if they go late enough as they can see it coming, you know. Like that my brother deliver an eulogy, I don't let them play any Barry many love songs, that sort of thing. Maddie blinked. Do you have a problem with Barry Manilow? No, I have no particular opinion on the man or his music execution, but a lot of people who are old enough to be planning their own funerals do. You can make your own plans, but whatever unfolds at the funeral is up to those who attended. Vision blank. What about the wishes of the dead? I thought you would have a bit more sympathy for their interests, considering how often you interact with them. I care plenty about the dead. You're asking about funerals. Funerals are for the living, my friend. That's true. Kishan opened his mouth to respond, but cut himself short. I never thought about it that way. I'm not sure what to say. If you're short on words but high on energy, you can expend some of that energy by carrying this box upstairs, said Maddie, gently kicking a large cardboard box that was resting underneath the counter. There's a clove next to the bookshelf that would make a good home for this box. Kishan picked up the box, grateful for something to do with his hands. It was heavy enough that he had to make sure he'd lift with his legs and not his back, but not so heavy that he felt out of breath by the time he reached the top of the stairs. His breathing was heavy but not labored. It was a good feeling. Kishan set the box down to spot Maddie at the stingray and sat down for a moment, waiting for his heart rate to return to normal. It felt good to feel his heart beating inside his chest. This is how it feels to be alive, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm going to miss it. That looked like something that could be looked at. Beth. Yeah, what happened to Beth? Did you stab that guy properly? Beth swung her knife in a horizontal slice and the crowd let on. Ooh, not too loud, she said. Her eyes were fixed on Kyle, but she was speaking to the crowd. Last thing we want is someone coming down here investigating a noise complaint. I heard a few grumbles in the crowd, but they quieted themselves. Everyone understood her meaning. Playing with real knives, this matter was the kind of thing that was strictly verboten, and no one wanted to be on the wrong side of Maddie's bad mood. Even those who didn't fear death quaked in the boots at the bitter prospect of Maddie's wrath. He made a few more horizontal slices with the blade, cutting the air. It was the kind of thing people did to warm up the crowd, but Beth was unconcerned with what people thought about how she fought. Her movements with the knife were only practice she was going to get with this knife, and she did her best to memorize the feel of the blade as it cut through the air. Oh, she's doing like what Kishan did. It was a terrible knife for a fight like this. A serrated edge, it was designed for ripping and tearing cooked meat that stood still on a plate, not fresh meat that was attached to a body prepared to evade its cut. This was an entirely different kind of knife fight than the one before. When playing with practice knife, the goal was to strike the opponent in the torso. When playing with live knives, common etiquette dictates a stabbing on the softer parts of the torso, like the chest or stomach. Stabs that were most likely to be immediate fatal to a normal person were strictly against the rules. In this battle, the goal was simply to draw blood, not the arm or leg would do. I was the first to make a move. He tried to find to the right before hopping back in his left foot and swinging at her, but he made such an obvious show of telegraphing the attack that Beth had stepped out of his way well before his attack came. Kyle grinned. I guess I'm not going to outsmart you. Beth kept her steely gaze trained on Kyle's right hand and the one that held the knife. Well, he said, I guess I'll just have to outspeed you. This time he stabbed straight forward with a thrust of his arm. It was the first time he had made an attack without fully committing to it by moving his feet. I had been afraid that he might try this. Kyle was nearly half a meter taller than her, and he had finally figured out that his longer arms gave him a tremendous advantage against Beth in her shorter range. The stab was directed at her shoulder and she managed to duck away fast enough, but there was no time for her to offer a counter swing before Kyle pulled back and stabbed again, this time attempting to strike where her arm had been. Had she not moved a moment sooner? Beth backed up, giving Kyle space and hoping to bait him into making a bigger attack, but he seemed content to continue attempting the one tactic that had come close to working for him. As she stepped back, he stepped forward, and only after planting both feet did he go for another stab. There was something Beth could do but step back. There was nothing Beth could do but step back, giving him even more space to maneuver, all the while becoming increasingly aware how close her back was coming to the wall behind her. She needed to do something to throw him off balance and find a way to rest. To reset. He stepped to the side, forcing Kyle's next attack to take a horizontal arch to reach her. As soon as he saw that blade incoming, she swung her own blade. She heard the thing of metal hitting metal as the two blades made contact. The right edge of Kyle's knife hit the smooth edge of hers. They stayed like that for about half a second as Beth kept forcing Kyle's knife to the side, and with their knives still locked, she strafed around him until her back was no longer against the wall, placing the two of them on equal footing. This would never happen in a real fight, Beth thought to herself. Yet it's been saved only by the severed edge of Kyle's knife. He grinned, apparently enjoying the moment. Yes, Kyle, we're doing it just like in the movies. I know that when you think of a knife fight, you think of two swords or two Jedi facing each other with blades locked. But it's not supposed to go like this. And right now, you're about to lose the biggest edge you had. Finally slid their knife out of the lock and released Kyle, who seemed completely oblivious to the fact that their footing had changed. He was so bad at this that he didn't even have an awareness of what it meant to have her back against the wall. But what Kyle lacked in brains, he made up for physical size, and Beth was still left with the problem how to get around his reach. Kyle was doing too good of a job of controlling the space between them. She couldn't go straight for his chest like she had before, not like she intended to strike him in the chest. She hadn't forgotten the rules. His reach made it equally difficult to go around him. Going over him was certainly out of the question, which meant that her opening had to be from underneath. A stab to the groin would certainly be against the spirit of the rules, but you might be able to get a good shot at his leg if you get close enough to the floor. But there was no way to get under his arms from standing position. If she was going to attempt a leg strike, she would have to commit to it. She needed to create an opening, a feint sideway towards the wall. Unlike Kyle's attempt at a feint, Beth's move to the left several the dual function of placing her weight in a perfect position to push her left foot moving right when Kyle moved left. She made as if to swing from right, which prompted Kyle to stab in that direction. As with his body moved left and his arm moved right, the reach of his arm was effectively reduced. Reduced enough for it to slice underneath. There was only one way to find out. She bent her knees, falling forward like a sprinter leaning towards starting blocks. There it was. He was twisted to the right, reflex trying to kick at her, allowing her to lunge forward and place her knife direct in the pot of his swinging leg. He was grunting. Whoa! He let out a panicked yelp. No, he wasn't twisting, he was falling, and with the way her knife was pointing up, it was positioned to anchor itself directly into his belly if he fell on top of her. He reflexively tossed the knife aside, hearing it clatter to the floor as Kyle's weight came down on top of her. His tumbling knee struck her directly below the chest, and it felt as if falling back, her head falling and falling and falling to the floor, until the moment she felt the impact to the ground on the back of her head and everything went black. Ooh, ouch. Good on her for not like stabbing him in the stomach, but ow! Got hit in the back of the head and had the entire man's weight on top of her. Wait, can we not go inside until we've hand transient? Okay. I realized there was someone reading. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm doing my best. I think it's interesting, like each story is adding something to the universe, right? I don't mind that. Glad for all the reading. Thanks, Dippy. Hello. I've been enjoying it, lurking and passing out. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Dippy. You doing okay? Yeah? Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that. Have you seen the emotes? I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing good too. Enjoying the evening. You know, it's been very quiet finally, so I'm enjoying it. Love the emotes. I'm glad. Still a couple, still more coming, but you know, I got a little roster. Cozy, yeah. I'm glad you like them. Little snail. Going with the theme. I'm doing good. I'll take a little sip of water. Okay. Let's get back to the reading. Yeah? A teenage boy approaches the counter. Shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground, up until the moment he looked up to order a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with oversized backpack he was wearing were a dead giveaway. Irrespective of his age, he was still just a kid. Can I get a Coke? An order befitting of a kid. Yeah, I think we can manage that, said Maddie. Think fast, said Che. Maddie turned around just in time to see an aluminum can hurling towards her. She almost caught it. The can rolled back towards Che, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated a moment before settling it on the counter. No ice, right? said Che. The boy nodded. No. Or yeah, yes to no ice. Che cracked open the can and poured it into a waiting glass. They then slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to a rest in front of the teenage boy. The boy grabbed the glass. Thanks, he said. He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, here should be plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand. Plenty of seats down here too, said Maddie, turning to Che. Yeah, said Che, but I think upstairs is more Tuan's space. What did you call him? Tuan? Said Che. People have names, you know. That's the problem with having regulars, said Maddie. People expect you to remember their names. Maddie. Though, now that I think about it, Tuan probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. Can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it. That's smart, actually. Should he be on my shit list? Said Maddie. Nah, he's harmless, said Che. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here. Meet with peers? Meet with people who aren't his peers, said Che. How many glum teenagers do you see around here? Too many, said Maddie. Maybe not enough, said Che. Please tell me you don't actually mean that, said Maddie. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic. Not the glum ones. And if I were a glum teenager trying to find my place in the world and trying to carve out an identity for myself, I could imagine a worse place to do it than right here. Teenagers can go be glum somewhere else, said Maddie. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency? Be careful what you wish for, said Che. We've been mercifully delinquent-free for quite a while now. Proper teen delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops, said Maddie. They set things on fire, spray paint, alleyways, and stay out past curfew. Does the city have a curfew for minors? It should. Teens need to be able to break rules, and all the better if committing acts of vandalism at 11 PM gives them 2 for 1. Maybe they should avoid delinquency and just stick to general mischief, said Che. Oh no, said Maddie. We already have plenty of mischief around here, ever since I actually set up shop. Got it? Next time I see Tuan, I'll tell him he needs to be committing more crimes. All you do if he actually takes your advice, he won't. Peer pressure only works if it's from a peer. Someone of my aim telling him he'll be cool if he starts wiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is a ticket to popularity and acceptance. To find another teenagers to tell him. I keep my eye out. Oh, they're such good influences. Yeah, let's encourage the teens to do more crime. God. Okay. Before we continue on to chapter 5, I think I'm gonna do another bathroom break. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave this up, I think. Right, I'm back and continue? Yes, we're continuing on to episode 5. We're continuing the stream. Make sure I hide right. Oh, wait, where's this? Is this further down the basement? Oh, this is that. No, this is that side. Oh yeah, she got that delivery. That's sketchy delivery. Ugh, I don't have the energy for this, especially with everyone watching me. I hope he packed enough conductors. My order form was pretty vague. I shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw-up happening. The supplier knew that I wanted the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough. And he knows that I've got Ashley helping me. Helping you with what, Madeline? Piss off, Ned. Wait, was she saying all of that out loud? Piss off, Ned. Still looks like a Tom. Rude. You should respect your elders, you know? God listened to you. Council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. Follow all our totally arbitrary rules and we'll make up some cheap reason to destroy your business. My name's Ned and I love rules. You done? Yep. You sound wounded. You should be nicer. Wow, sick comeback. What was it that guy you killed said? Oh Christ, I'm shot. Oh no, who's me? This little throwback humor for ya. Did I strike a nerve? Did I just what? Maddie? When Ned spoke next, it wasn't a deep, dark hand steep with guilt and self-loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare. We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying word at me, that was low, even for you. Frankly, I'm disgusted. That was pretty messed up. You dare poke at my guilt? You dare? Let's talk about guilt, shall we? I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you? As I thought. It may still weigh heavy on me, but I am absolved of my sins. I've had hundreds of years to process that, and to redeem myself through my actions. You? Your sins are fresh. There are lace marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Shallow your arrogance, novice. I know what you did, and I can't wait to see how you plan to make this right. Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Menacing, interesting. Oh! Oh, is this Tuan and... Oh, that's a teenager. Thinks he's smart, not antisocial, just shy. Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles on autometry and consider himself somewhat of an expert. Hannah, age 16, knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies, people watching. Self-indulgent teenage angst, taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. Ah. So I'm not sure that alcohol actually make you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I say it's the opposite. Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Oh no, I'm guessing they took up... Otuan took up on Chase or Maddie's like... We need to go to criminal stuff. Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after. But this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about simple chemical interactions with our brains. Please take the energy you're putting into pedantry and redirect it towards the plan. The plan? What's the plan? I was thinking I could just reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see. Sounds risky. Very chaotic neutral. And what's your alignment then? Neutral good? Uh-huh. I'd say I was lawful neutral, but that's the coward's option. Yeah. Getting back to the plan. Oh! Using your own pedantry to restack was absolutely part of the plan. So, while so little fate in me, gotta minimize liabilities here. You're out here playing checkers while I'm playing 6-dimensional upside-down laser chess. Shit! A galaxy brain that is now holding the fruit of my labor. Don't you mean our labor? He insists. Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the boostery? That looks like it's the Soul's bottle. Really stretching that metaphor out, huh? Yep. I don't recognize the language on this label. What? Let me look. What the hell? I can't recognize it either. Maybe it's a cipher? We make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking. Oh, it is the liquid soul. Oh no. Oh no. You can ask Maddie what it is. She's a sadist, right? Oh my god. No filter on these teenagers. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's go find her then. Apart from the fact that we specifically nicked it from her. Alright. You meant to be the laugh on her, dude. We agreed on neutral, good. You not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement, regardless. Wait, hold on. I sense a dark presence. Do you feel it? No, I don't feel anything particularly spooky in the air. Yeah, me neither. Caught! Oh no, where did the bottle go? Oh, there it is. Hello, children. I see you stooped to petty thievery. Hell has sprung. Can't believe my heist carries over so quickly. Aw, don't give up your dreams, kids. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this? I mean, Maddie wanted them to start stealing stuff. Does it make your teeth fall out? Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide. Oh no. Whoa. So the result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions. But I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot. Had to drive a rented car back and explain to Che why I disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit, can we give it a try? God no. You ever heard of a liquor licensing law? You end up in jail. I think it'd be an excellent formative experience. Well, yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser. Somehow I remain unconvinced by your passionate arguments. Well, we tried. Your kids have you way too much time in your hands, you know that? Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted. Well, the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skills of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enchanted booze is gonna be lucky to have you. Ah, that's so validating, thanks. Can I get you to a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? I'm kinda busy tonight, but I'm hoping that bribing you with free drink will stop you from nicking my shit. I'll take a free drink. I feel guilty taking one since it was all Tuan's idea. Hey! But I graciously accept your offer. Neat, wallaby. Hot chocolate for both of us? Hot chocolate for both of us. Alright, 2 hot chocolates. Coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else while my back's turned off. Feed you a Sprite Elemental. Oof. I wonder, Sprite Elemental, maybe it's a metaphor. You're saying she'll eat us? Is she the Sprite Elemental? Maybe the real Sprite Elementals were the friends we made along the way? Oh my god, I hate this. Fair. Oh. Samantha. Why are you sitting down with the kids, Samantha? Don't you have something better to do? American visiting Melbourne for work. Devastatingly patient. Trust me, you kids don't want to meet a Sprite Elemental. Have you? Yep. We're pretty close to not making it out alive. I guess you're in a fairly exciting line of work then. It gets that way sometimes, but Sprite Elementals aren't exciting, they're terrifying. They suck all the air out of a room and make the world ache. And they don't die easy. Huh? It's kind of metal. You sure you need brass... You sure do need brass balls to face one down, that's for sure. And a steely gaze. What? A steel is a metal, and you said... And I said it was metal, and then you mentioned brass balls, so... Hannah, please back me. Nope, you brought this on yourself, mate. No. Nah, she's totally right. Ugh. What's going on here? You're bullying my customer, Samantha? Of course not. Good, because that's my job. You should enjoy the evening. There's a nice breeze blowing. I gotta say, I appreciate the metal, the steely gaze joke. Okay, I think that was good, Tuan, okay? I like that joke. Oh. Pretty. How do you two know each other? You remembered my name. That's sweet. Of course I did. You're interesting. Oh? Doesn't that describe everyone who walks through your doors, though? Absolutely not. Especially not in the way that you are. Rainbow flag? Some people would take offense to that. Your boss must be very different to mine. Well, my old boss, I guess. I'm my own boss now, actually. Apologies, your approach to hospitality works is very different from what I'm used to. What I'm trying to say. Figures, where do you work? There's some dive bar overseas. Wretched hive of scum and villainy. Owner would never shut up about treating every client like royalty. Sounds like a pain in the arse if you ask me. I'm not asking actually, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. So, can I get you anything? Surprise me. Would like me to pick you something? Yeah. You winked. Mind if I ask you a couple questions? Are they related to the drink? Yep. Good. Okay. What's your favorite white wine? Ugh, you're not making me a wine cocktail, are you? Haha, no? I'm partial to a glass of more Marseille every now and then. Auntie, next question. Have you ever read a star chart? Like in astrology? No. Why? I don't put any stock in mysticism. Hey, this place isn't mystical. It's built out of cold hard facts. I just don't know them all yet. Alright, fair enough. Last question. You're walking in the shallows of an ocean that seems to go into the distance forever. You can't see any land aside from the sand under your feet. Where you step forward, the sand sinks just a little bit. As far as you can see, there's no way to escape. Drowning is the only possible outcome. What do you do? Well, I feel like I'm about to pull out a void camp machine or something. It's obviously some sort of test. I run, I swim, I dive when I can. And if I eventually drown, so be it. There's nowhere else to go and no point in sitting waiting for starvation or sharks or someone to save me. I have to take action. Interesting. So what's the verdict? Samantha didn't get a response. Maddie's eyes had glazed over as soon as she'd answered the last question, and now she stood perfectly still, gazing intensely at the rows and rows of dusty bottles lining dustier shelves. Her lips moved, but no words came out, as Samantha watched a flask of red liquid twitch, seemingly of its own accord. Maddie craned her neck up at it and scowled. In response, a smaller bottle next to the first one, surely only big enough to hold the 3 drops of something, began to glow. Her scowl shifted a very smile. Please, you don't need to open anything new on my account. He's showing off. Gotcha. Your answers were interesting. So were your questions. I'm having a little bit of trouble figuring out how they relate to each other though. Is that important? Try to maintain a vague hope that maybe one day things might make sense. And until then, I just tried to go with the flow, of course. Sorry for trying to psychoanalyze you there. Try? You think you failed? No. What's the verdict then? Well, for one, you tend to accept things as you see them. You don't try to interpret things based off unrelated frameworks or thought patterns. That said, you try and make sense of the connection between things. You can, but it's no big deal to you if you don't. You just mark it as an unknown variable and move on. That's read me as an intensely pragmatic approach. Would you agree? I suppose. You're the sort who doesn't buy drinks to enjoy them. You buy them as camouflage, to hide your face behind, to project the veneer of being untouched while you watch. Watch what? Everything, I suppose. You take everything in the same way I do. You're saying that I'm attentive, that I don't worry about simply understanding how things are interconnected. Because you're confident I eventually understand it anyway. How do you figure that? You've been watching my hands this whole time. Is that weird? To watch an attractive bartender mixing a fancy looking cocktail and appreciate a craft? No, but giving just how interested you are in what my hands are doing, and the way that you got some experience in my field. Ooh. Are you really just bad at picking up when you're being flirted with, or? I knew it. Her face. It's fine, sweetie. In fact, it's pretty cute. I meant an alchemy. The field of alchemy. Uh-huh. I'm sure you're very accomplished in alchemy. Just take the It's funny. Shit, this is really good. Yeah? Too good to ignore, yeah. It's smoky but bittersweet and almost make me feel like I'm reaching the end of something. Like I've got a lump in my throat from saying goodbye, but I can't quite tap into that feeling. Like, what did you even put in this? Mezcal, artichoke bitters, gold heart bitters, and a slice of gorilla lime. Gorilla lime? That can't be a real thing. It's hard to acquire. Well, that cause if you bite into one, it feels like you got punched by a gorilla. Physically? No, emotionally. Ah, makes sense. I'm not a wizard. Prove it. Ah. That the guy, you get that guy, the boss you mentioned? Yeah. He good to you? I'm sorry? Does he treat you well? Intense. Yeah, to a fault actually, far past the point where it's rational for him to still be nice to me. Good. Actually, I'm sorry, that reminds me, I have to dash. Got some setup work for a project to finish before the sun comes up. Yes, but without you here, who will enable my latent alcoholism? Oh, she doesn't want her to go. You can just reach over the bar and grab the gin, tonics in the bar fridge. Will do. Come back soon though. I'd love to discuss alchemy with you some more. Aha, catch you later. Wait, one last thing. What was the meaning behind the question about what wine I like? Oh, I was just curious. Just to know what to bring to your date, obviously. That's the last one, I reckon. You know, a date, or no, the alchemy lesson, I guess. Does it have the magic caps in it? I think so. You just call them caps, you know. They're built for something different. I refuse to use non-specific language. Uh-huh. Yeah, they're in here. Okay, what about the thing? You have to be a bit more... Oh, you know, the thing. Quirky thing. Electric. Sweetie, how long have you been awake? It's better for you if you don't know, I think. You mean the voltage regulator? That's the one. Good job. It's in one of the other boxes. I don't think we needed another one though. Are you kidding? The last one literally melted. It's a good thing I have an extremely sick metal arm, otherwise I would have been badly injured. Yeah, thank goodness. Is there anything missing? I shall check. Need some espresso? I think I'll literally die if I have any more. Yeah, this kid I've had way too much coffee the past 2 days. You guys need to just ban her from it. Hey, that's really mature. You, nice job. Yeah, whatever. You can get me some chocolate if you want. That chocolate's fine. Hey dude, where you been? Hey. Still in? Not much to do when you're waiting to die. Hey. Come on, Cooper. I know you're hiding down there somewhere. Hold this, will ya? Didn't Ned really say that? Yeah. Do you believe it? I'm not sure. Well, it's not a lie. But it's not the whole truth either. And I don't quite have the time to untangle it for you. I've got a hungry teenager downstairs and a summoning ritual to complete. Ah, she's part of this too? Don't you take that judgy tone with me. Hey, far be it from me to moralize at you. Getting a lot of that these days, mate. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy. Tough gig. It is. I'll say. Came downstairs. Alright, now we can solder those 2 wires. No, not those ones. Bloody hell. Who programmed you? That she's a jerk. Incredibly intelligent, but a very bad programmer. Talking about yourself, right? She just... She tried throwing a knife again. Oh, you're really out of it, huh? Where did you even pull this from? Leg holster. You aren't wearing a leg holster. Arm holster. Your prosthetic? It holds 6 million knives. That's too many knives. Come question me on this. Listen, okay, I'm just saying that's an impossible amount of knives. I'm the expert here. Still. Hey, need a hand? Dude, you should check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself. Hey, that's not what I meant. Oh, yeah, I guess you can help. Before I ask what you need, what are you even doing? Maddie mentioned a summoning circle. Something like that. You ever wanted to live forever? I'll trade up for just having a second chance, honestly. Well, grab me that box, please. Please don't turn him into a robot without him consenting to it. You can't just leave me like that, watch me. And while you watch me leave you hanging, you can get me the box. Thank you. Yeah, so this is really heavy. What's even in here? 100 meters of heavy gauge copper cable. A bunch of a bunch of capacitors that I'm hoping to wire together soon, and some various bits and bobs. That would definitely explain the weight. And there's also a bunch of clamps. So, what do you need? Validation, chocolate, coffee, a school system that doesn't punish me from having weird and niche interests. Valid. I mean more, communism? I don't think I can get you communism, sorry. And isn't Maddie already getting you chocolate? Or terrible comrade, Christian. I wasn't close to hitting the LD50 on caffeine. I'd ask you for some coffee. All you can do right now is give me that sweet validation. Okay, you're real? Thumbs up? You're human? I don't know what sort of validation you want here. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of trying things that are inevitably going to fail, and I don't know how much it is my fault for not being good enough at a momentarily difficult task. I'm used to being effortlessly good at things, but I feel like my brain is full of bees in this one. And can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. I'm not equipped for failure. My entire perception of myself is that I'm good at things. I'm gifted and talented and incredibly afraid that I'm going to let people down at a vital moment. This is that vital moment, but I just sit here, paralyzed. And I rationally know that a lot of this pressure is just me being hard on myself. Maddie and I tried this already, and we failed pretty badly. It was a disaster. I can't understand how badly it turned out. Even with all the prep I'm doing, is this enough? Did we learn enough to do it properly? Numbers and formulas and hard science are good, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm gonna screw it up for everyone. And I'm so afraid of letting Maddie down. That's heavy as shit, mate. You reckon? Oh yeah. I don't know what to say to that, except that I don't think Maddie would ever feel let down by you. I know you've only been here for like... No, I know I've only been here for like 2 days, but her and Chase seem to really care about you. I'm not sure that extends to accepting you for who you are, limitations and all. But honestly, I think you give off a pretty strong vibe of not giving a shit about your limitations. Or that you're indiscriminately powered through them without some sort of raw caffeine-fueled fury. Anyways, you're immensely powerful and I'm terrified of you. Fair enough. I was never really super smart or gifted or anything. I just floated through school and work and never focused on much except having a good time. I can definitely imagine the sort of pressure you would have on you though, especially given how big this task is. Yeah. While I can't say for sure that this thing is going to be easy or even successful, I do think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break from the weight of your own expectations. But not an easy thing, I'm sure. But my boyfriend is similar. He's very hard on himself when he feels like he's letting himself down. So it doesn't go away? I don't think so. I think it just gets easier to deal with as you learn to be more empathetic to yourself. Self-forgiveness and all that. It definitely took him a good few years to begin to be able to deal with his self-imposed shame. I guess I can try that? I can try that. You can try that, or you continue feeling super bad about yourself all the time. I mean, when you put it like that, right? I hate how rational you sound. I know, I'm disgusted at myself. That was That talk was almost too real. Sup, nerds? What's going on this thread? What? You're suddenly in a good mood. I maybe had some of your chocolate. Oh, I swear to God, if there isn't any left. Yes, we've noticed before. You comprehensively murderized me. Don't worry. I only ate a little bit. Excellent! Is this enchanted chocolate or just normal chocolate? Does he deserve to know? I don't know. I kinda like the mystery. It's completely normal chocolate, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe not. Can I have some then? Come on, you owe me. For what? Helping you set up all this. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yum, chocolate. This is totally normal chocolate. Yeah, did you expect it to not be that? Well, you implied. We never implied. You came up with that all on your own. True, he did. He was the one who asked. I mean, but hey, isn't regular chocolate mystical and magical enough itself? I'm just saying. Alright, I'm bored. Later, dorks. Don't you run off on me, miss. This Magikarp bank isn't even half. Magikarp bank isn't even half done. I'll do it later. I'll do it now. I'm gonna go take a nap under that table. If anyone disturbs me. Come on. You'll be happy? Confused? Piglet? Extra hungry? I will mention me in your diary? I'll extract terrible revenge on both of you later. Yes, that phrase definitely doesn't start with an M. Ah, bye. Just rolls underneath. I'm not being too hard on her, am I? You? She thinks you're great. Good. I could probably stand to give her a break though. I mean, just... I'm expecting a lot from her right now. It does seem a little overloaded. Fuck. But she'll tell me if things were too much, right? I don't know. It seems like she idolizes you. I reckon she'd pretty happily burn herself out for you, you know? I just need her for the next 4 or 5 hours and everything will be okay. Is that when you're planning on performing the ritual? This thing? Yeah. What's it for anyway? Conduit ritual. Super forbidden magic. Oh, cool. Are you actually cool with this or... Not hugely, actually. Why is that? Well, you know, I was talking to Ned earlier and... Actually, don't worry about it. It's fine, I don't care. What to do? You know how I took a couple of hours from you down there? Vividly. This is just a bigger scale version of that spell. Higher capacity. Who are you talking hours from? Nobody. Don't worry, bud, you had a deficit already. I can't touch you. Right. Okay. So even if you're lying right now, didn't you have taken enough payoff your debt multiple times at this point? Ah, the hours weren't for that. What the hell did you do with them then? Where did they go? Yeah, where did they go if it wasn't used for the debt? For our research, we used the following materials. Wire of copper, heavily drawn. Jasmine cork, knocked over. Sustained electric supply from at least 20 volts. Car battery. Capacitor composed of... Need better durability. However, we believe extra components are required. Our conduit properties varied in layout of our summoning circle, and despite the departure of our test subject during our trial, we were able to ascertain a number of efficiency-oriented refinements. As well as the absolute necessity of a living but non-sensual vessel to act as a so-called storage container. More testing is required, though obtaining a willing subject for future methodology evaluation without attracting the attention of the council would be difficult, to say the least. I stored them. Oh, he stored them. All those hours are in this tree. Huh. But why is she storing them? Oh, it's this guy again. I miss eating. Why? What was your diet like? I remember sushi. Sushi? I thought you said you were a crab. What? Do you think crabs aren't dexterous enough to make sushi? I mean, if they eat raw fish, isn't it? Fish. What is this sushi? It's delicious, is what it is. Rice and fish and seaweed. Humans eat it. And crabs. I just don't know where a crab would find rice or a way to make good sushi. I also ate garbage. I also ate garbage on occasion. Unbelievable, you two, unbelievable. Garbage is good for the soul. Garbage is garbage. It's in the name. What did you eat when you were alive then? Grass. It's normal grass. Boring. And tree roots sometimes. There are tree roots here, yes? Yeah, there are. Why don't you chop on them? Well, I'm not hungry. We don't eat. And also, more importantly, they are powerful magical. Maddie needs them. If we damage things that Maddie needs, then actually would be disappointed in us. It's a optimal state of affairs. I can feel the power in them too. However, I do not feel compelled to chomp on them. What a strange thought. Love to chomp. Chomp sushi, chomp sandwiches, chomp garbage. You're so weird. You're all weird. Weird little critters in robot bodies. With garbage for heads. Make your creator proud. You can now speak to Samantha to experience a side story. Devil's Den. Okay. Fate of Icarus. Which one were we going through? Let's do the bottles first. Samantha sat alone at the bar, taking occasional sips from a glass of gin. She wasn't sure that tonight was a night she really wanted to be drinking, but the comforting familiarity of the gin kept her raising the glass to her lips. The drink didn't set well in her stomach, but each sip left her feeling warm, and with each sip the knot in her stomach seemed to become less and less noticeable. So she kept drinking. Green bottles had become something of a friend over the years, and with it she shared the kind of friendship born not out of any sort of affection as much as one of familiarity and convenience. Drinking Tanqueray took her back to the first apartment she'd lived in after moving from her hometown in New Mexico and the parts of Melbourne that bordered the docks. The same apartment where she discovered that liquor was vastly cheaper when bought by the bottle than when bought by the glass in the settling of a bar. And where she'd learned that the cinnamon and coriander gave the gin enough flavor without needing mixers. The Tanqueray was her coming-of-age drink, and consequently she enjoyed a private relationship with it. Most of the alcohol she consumed in the past years had been on the job, but gin was something that she kept hidden away at home, for the private moments when it was only her green bottles, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Samantha emptied the glass, and for a moment continued to hold the empty glass in her mouth, looking down at her nose at the bottom of the glass, as if asking God for a sign that this was the time to stop drinking. She had no intention. She had no intention of stopping, but she figured it was worth giving the everlasting a chance to interdict if she was transgressing by drinking so heavily. No divine intervention came to stop her from raising her hand to signal Maddie for another drink. There was a small throbbing inside her ears that seemed to think it was a bad idea, but she was sure that that was a result of hearing damage, not the voice of God ringing in her ears. She was fairly sure that she didn't believe in God. Something about her Catholic upbringing kept her occasionally checking in just to confirm that her suspicion that there wasn't anyone upstairs judging her on her hedonism. Still, there was any time to place to question her lack of belief in God. A cafe that seemed to exist in the bloodlines of life and death seemed as good as place of any to it. Her mother had told her that it was only by the grace of God that she walked the earth, and if it wasn't a force of God that kept this cafe's doors open, it was certainly something otherworldly. Huh. Okay. Fate of Icarus. Ooh, bird's eye view on this room. The first thing Shane noticed when he entered Ashley's workshop was her workbench was not in its usual place. It had been pushed up against the wall. The second thing he noticed was that Ashley was sitting on the bench, her back slumped against the wall, evidently still feeling the effects of the caffeine crash. "Hey," said Ashley, but her eyes didn't move up to meet his. That wasn't like Ashley. She usually greets people with her eyes before greeting them with her voice. "Hey kiddo," said Che, "you doing okay?" "I'm okay. Feeling tired and achy, yet somehow unable to rest is okay," said Ashley. "My mind is still amped up and I am able to do anything productive." "Why do I feel like this, Che? Is this my life now? Am I going to be okay?" Ace stepped up to Ashley's workbench and seated himself next to her. I'll tell you to relax, but it sounds like you're already trying and failing, so maybe it's okay to be amped up but also tired?" "Kind of the worst," said Ashley. "To be tired but also incapable of resting." "Yep. Oh yeah, that's awful." Kay smiled. Tired but also incapable of resting describes how he felt most days. It had become such a familiar part of his condition that he forgot that it was like to be young and have this kind of energy that Ashley always seemed to be brimming with. "I think we have to get used to that, kiddo," said Che. "I think you're just getting an early taste of what being an adult is like." "That's not reassuring at all," said Ashley. "You feel this every day? If you came here to comfort me, you're doing a terrible job." Kay frowned. He always considered himself a good teacher, but he would come to learn that mentoring someone requires skills beyond simply teaching them a skill. When it came to comforting people, in times of crisis, always seemed to manage to find the right words. On day-to-day matters, however. "Well," said Che, "I think I spend a lot of days feeling how you feel right now. Luckily this will pass for you. And look at this way, you've learned something today, didn't you?" "Yeah," said Ashley. Maddie is in progression of powerful potions that can yield devastating effects, and she disguised them under innocent-sounding names like espresso. Jay nodded, more of a nod prompting her to continue than to display approval. But also you have terrible bedside manners." "Well, but you weren't forced to drink the coffee, were you?" "No, I did that to myself," said Ashley. "Is that what you wanted me to say?" You were right, Che. I tried something new for the first time and now I get to spend the rest of my life regretting it. Try a few hours, said Che. I'm pretty sure the regret will wear off as soon as you recover from this caffeine crash. After that, hopefully it'll be codified in a part of your brain that hesitates just a little bit when you're tempted to ask for a third or fourth espresso shot. Ashley continued, looking straight ahead. Point remains, trying new things can be hazardous to your health. Actions have consequences, and the consequences can feel real bad. She opened her mouth and made a noise that was halfway between a gasp and a yawn, like someone who had too much carbon dioxide in the bloodstream and didn't know how to correct the problem without making a face that resembled a fish. Thanks for the lesson, Che. I'm never going to try ingesting anything new ever again. Che frowned again, tried his best to course correct back to something that's resembled a useful lesson. That's nice and all, but I don't think that avoiding new and novel things is gonna protect you from ever encountering that harm again. Right, which is why I'm not limiting it to drinks. No new foods. I've got a decent enough palate anyway. I think I'm good sticking to the same dozen or so meal for the rest of my life. He looked at Ashley and hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure what words of wisdom he can impart to the girl, but he was pretty sure that words weren't the only way to get someone out of a slump. Ashley, stand up. He stood up himself, looking unwilling to follow his own advice. Why? Said Ashley. Because you can. I can't. All the more reason to stand up. You should stand up and prove that you can, and if you can't, well, that's good to know too. Ashley groaned and twisted so that she was lying down on the workbench. Kay was about to object, but then she started rolling off the workbench and plopped onto the floor. Ouch! Kay was actually not reaching down to offer her hand. If she was capable of saying ouch, she was capable of asking to help if she needed it. Several painful moments later, Ashley lifted herself off the floor and shuffled backwards until she was leaning against the wall next to her workbench. See? You thought you couldn't stand, but you can. Hooray for me! I'm overjoyed, she said in a tone that was clearly far from overjoyed. You can sit down if you'd like to, said Chase, sensing that standing was actually a non-trivial feat for Ashley at this moment. She hopped back onto the workbench, but this time sat perched at the edge with her legs hanging over the edge rather than slumped back with her back against the wall like she had been when first walked in. That was a good sign. I don't want one bad experience to kill your sense of adventure, said Che. Look at where my sense of adventure has gotten me, Che. I flew too close to the sun and now I'm on the surface of the sun. Lights are all bright and I feel hot and tingly all over and I feel tired like it's summer all the time and I really don't like it. I'm just like Icarus. That's not how the story of Icarus goes though, said Che, isn't it? Icarus didn't fly to the sun. His journey was limited to our atmosphere. He just got too close to the sun and his wings melted. I actually raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that what happened? No, the part at the beginning of the story where his dad tells him not to fly too close to the sun or his wings would melt makes a lot more sense. Classic foreshadowing. You're forgetting a part of the story though. Icarus' father told him not to fly too high or the sun would melt his wings. But he also said not to fly too low when crossing the sea or his wings would get wet and he would sink and drown. Wow, so Icarus flying high was actually brilliant. His wings melted, but he managed to avoid drowning. Ashley's voice was still monotone, but she was leaning forward. Well, no, he still drowned, because after his wings melted off, he crashed into the sea. Ashley get a nod of acknowledgement. Same results, so the moral of the story is that you're doomed no matter what you do? No, said Che. He drowned, but before he drowned, he soared. The story still ends with him drowning, said Ashley. Every story ends with death in some way, Ashley. The question isn't whether you die or not. The question is, before you die, will you take the opportunity to see how high you can fly? Oh. Not bad advice. Also, I had to open my window again. It's getting too warm in here. Okay, I guess this is the last one, and then the door opens. My dear Maddie, thank you for getting in touch with me. Or perhaps I should say congratulations. I make such a point of making myself hard to find that it's always a surprise to hear from anyone. I sometimes find myself bearing the day when I'll be contacted by someone who isn't a fan of mine and who is more interested in locking me away than seeking my advice. One might think that people interested in putting me away would be more capable and in possession of more resources than those like yourself who simply possess ferocity, and yet it's always the latter who manage to break through the veil I've erected between myself and the outside world. You're the first in over 3 years to manage this, so it is now time for me to find another hiding place. If your next letter managed to find me, I truly have something to worry about. If you're looking for a solution to the problem you outlined in your letter, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My business that of teaching people how to ask the right questions so they can find the answers to themselves, not giving the answers. After all, the most worthwhile answers are the ones I haven't found yet. That being said, your question about time transference is an issue of special interest to me. The idea of storing vitality within a living, non-sentient creature such as a plant is one that I've long considered. The issue has always been one of retrieval. If you did find a way to transfer vitality from a plant onto a sentient creature, it would result in a tremendous discharge of energy. Such a great discharge that I'm sure it would kill whatever subject was on the receiving end. Absorbing life force from something doesn't seem that it would do you much good if it kills you in the process. Consequently, I've never experimented with this process myself, even if I have earned a reputation for being a rule breaker. There are certain things that are simply off limits. Your idea of using a non-living soul as a target for transference is an interesting one. No risk of killing the vitality recipient if it's already dead. Of course, that would require finding a way to infuse a non-living soul with vitality in the first place. And being the most reanimation techniques involves a significant discharge of energy. Using the vitality transfer as the trigger would effectively killing the two birds with one stone. Of course, reanimating is a far cry from necromancy, but if your only problem is one of living on borrowed time, well, you know better than I do how to resolve the particulars. I'm an alchemist, not a necromancer. If I can offer you one piece of advice, these kinds of vitality transfer are not something to be experimented with. Any time that time is borrowed or lent, you are making an alteration that led you that the powers that be kept a very careful eye on. Even the smallest of disturbances is enough to attract their notice, and attracting their notice will put you quick into any research you might be in the midst of. So if you're going to try a vitality transference to the experiment, go straight for the end goal. If you're going to catch the attention of those whose attention you do not want, make sure that the endeavor is worthwhile. If you have a good reputation, it would be a shame to squander it on something so trivial as allowing a mouse a few extra seconds on the side of mortality. As they say, go big or go home. I appreciate you taking the time to write to me. You've given me a new thing to pontificate on, and perhaps one day you may see the result of that pontification in one of my future volumes. Of course, it should be without saying that you won't be able to reach me again, at least not the same way you did before. I've been found, and that means I need to do a better job covering my tracks. While I rationally hope that I never find myself in a position where a fan's letter finds me, there's always a part of me that hopes that one of my readers will manage to track me down. Who knows, perhaps the next letter I see at my next rest will come from you. But I'm sure that you have better things to do with your time than try to track me down. There's a time to adopt the posture of a student and focus on learning, but it's obvious to me that you are someone who has spent plenty of time learning things and now ready to do things. So do things, Maddie. Do big things, do dangerous things, do things that break the rules. Not all rules needs to be broken, but if you're smart enough to find me, you're smart enough to know which rules are worth breaking. I'm grateful that it's always the reader mail that seems to find me, and never the demands to appear before some sort of tribunal or committee. I used to think that this was a long string of extremely good luck on my part, but over time I come to realize that those who wish me gone lack the insight of the people who earnestly read my work. Readers such as yourself were the only ones who truly know me well enough to understand how I think and where I would hide. Bravo, Maddie. You've demonstrated your ability to think like me. Now you must learn to think like yourself. Yours truly, Jehovah. I believe that was the author of that alchemist book that we read in the beginning. Hi guys. Okay. Oh. Who's this guy? I want to continue. I want to see how this ends. Then we can go back to the side stories later. Day 2, 10 PM. Hello? Whoa, what was that? I said, can I get 2 lattes? Yeah, sure thing. You want those takeaway or not? Or here, please. Go take a seat, I'll bring it over. Oh. Ah, crap. Your height, mate? Yeah, all good. I should really get Ashley to do this. Or what? Nothing, just talking to myself. Alright. Where's the broom? Ashley! Where's the broom? Ashley? I need a hand. Come help me. Oh, come on, you gotta find a broom. Howdy, girl. Hey, are any of your friends around? Probably. Ah! When did you teach me to do that? I didn't. That was just weird. Uh-huh. How you doing, kiddo? Sleep deprivation's kicking in. Sometimes I feel like nobody ever sleeps in this cafe. Except Kissum. Ha, he sleeps a lot while he's been here, hasn't he? Because you keep getting him drunk. What? I haven't done that once. Not you. I mean, you. Well, not me at all, but Maddie and Ned gotcha. Those brigandos. Telling me. How's Maddie's doing? Well... Phew. How close are we to being done? Fairly close. I'm not super worried about getting it done without Ashley either. Rad. Anyway, what were you saying? Oh, I just that I think I understand everything now. And that's all. Well, I appreciate your restraint in not generously supplying me with your moral take on it. No worries. Don't want to be that guy. Dang, I'm actually gonna miss you once you're gone. Oh, are those some honest feelings coming from you? Don't the icy facade crack? The correct word is dust and place. Don't make me take it back. I guess your reading got into the whole boatman of the river Stings thing, huh? That what you think I am? Kind of, yeah. Interesting. Do you not feel that way? I don't know if the method was that accurate, but... I can see why you draw parallels, but this place is more as, an entrance. You don't have to come here on your way to the next place, but it's on the route for sure. There's a stopping point on the highway to hell. I'm sorry, we don't allow AC/DC reference in here anymore. Well, I tried. We're less on a highway, more of just an embouchure to the Empyrean. Emperor. Oh. If you want to get real fancy with the wording, that is. An entrance to heaven? Very roughly speaking, yeah. But hell, I haven't seen the other side. I can't even say that for sure. I'm fairly certain there's something here though, which, I don't know. I can take comfort in that, I guess. I can take comfort in that, I guess. Oh, and speaking of comfort, how are you feeling? Like every particle in my body is slowly moving away from every other particle in my body. That was rather eloquent. What use is feeling pain if you can't find a fun way to describe it? My head freaking hurts. It sucks and stuff. Mood. I keep telling you the painkillers will take effect in a few minutes. I'm not gonna stop yelling about it until they do. You know, some philosophers believe that experiencing pain is one of the best ways to make sure you know you're alive. That sounds fake. Which philosophers? Famous ones? My gosh, you're actually just making it up. Possibly. Could have sold it better. Say that some famous singer said it instead. Cross out your generational gap. Gotta appeal to the kids. I feel like that every time I do that, I just end up looking like one of those old guys who's afraid of wide range, so idle shift. I mean, you are old. I'm not. Che, you're like 160 years old. That's pretty old by human standards, okay? You're like 6,000 years old. You gotta give me this fine. How's your head feeling? It still sucks. How if we grab a drink and go sit outside? It's nice and cool out there. Do I have to? Yep. It's so interesting that this cafe is just encompassed by like all this industrialness. This grimy, this industrialness. How are you feeling now? Better, marginally. Come on, I'm sure the drink isn't hurting. What even is this? I put 6 sugars in it? Aw, you know me so well. Oh. So how are things at home? What's that translated in old people language? Things are normal, I guess. Mom's nearly done with her PhD. Sounds good. It is probably. She's pretty busy, so that means we're stuck eating microwave dinners at night. Ah. Explains why you barely left this place since last week. I mean, I'll be here anyway. Brew? You did ask her, right? What, if I could be here? Yeah, I don't want to invoke her wrath, do I? Ah, she doesn't worry about me being here. Remember when she talked to Maddie about liquor licensing laws, right? Ah, I think it was more of a lecture than a conversation. After all, Maddie wasn't doing anything wrong aside from letting her hang around after hours. I was amazed that Maddie didn't just tell her that we're not technically subject to the regulations if we're not registered with anyone but the council. I made the right choice. That would have been an ugly argument. But anyway, she's fine with me being here. Got my mobile number, and as long as I respond to her check-in, she's not gonna come and get me. Good. I wouldn't want to worry her. Ah. Wonderful. Ugh. My arm will get wet. Ah, don't worry about it. We can dry it off inside. Just try and enjoy the rain. Okay. I was joking about fake philosophy earlier, but I really do think it is important to take a moment to enjoy things when you can. Rain can feel oppressive, it can stop you from going outside, doing the things you enjoy. There's nothing like the smell of rain before sunrise. Yeah, it's faintly magical. Did I ever tell you that? Only about 100 times. I can hear it 101 times, it's okay. Ah, I'm actually getting kinda wet. Let's head in. So, given the fact that I'm very obviously a dork with a bleeding heart, it's definitely safe to assume that I've left people other than you stay longer than they've technically allowed. You're so emotionally repressed that I never could have guessed. It's actually impressive. Well, you know, we all have our ways of coping with persistent extreme stress. Millennial things. Yeah. But yes, I do understand how you feel. The separation, the difficulty keeping your thoughts together, the base level feeling that something's slightly askew, and the fact that not a feeling that your time is up. Never loved fact. Me neither. Honestly, I think I just feel like having I think it feels like having a cold just without any of the physical symptoms. Guess that description works too. Not quite as compelling as the ones about your particles being repulsive though. Oh, that's definitely not what I meant by that one. Isn't it? About time. Can't believe I created these beautiful creatures and you turned them into dumb waiters. Alas, such is life. You gotta pay rent somehow, considering how many cups they draw. That's a feature, not a bug. It's to make them seem more alive. Taught them to intentionally drop coffee cups in the name of their similitude? Maybe? I'm gonna get mad to start ordering cheaper cups. See? I'm promoting efficiency in our procurement cycles. I hate whoever gave you that management book. I'm sensing some hostility. Do I need to talk to HR? Who's our human resources manager? I'm sure it's very good at his job. Just not at buzzing coffee. Wow, Lowlife's really got a promotion quick. New text message? Ah, Maddie wants us downstairs. I suppose she's done setting up. I'm glad she was able to do it without me. I think it's all leading to that ritual we saw in the beginning. Gosh, so proud. Taught her everything I know. You're a gremlin, you know that? Of course. Shall we? Oh. Day 3. Midnight. The basement. Ooh. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose these are any windows we could open. Oh, this is the opening scene. Maddie, mind opening up and get some fresh air circulating? But this end blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You'll have to grin and bear it. Can we hurry this up? We've done this before, old man. You know it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the crap you got scattered around this place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Seeing the scene again with all the context is pretty cool. Thanks. You're more organized than last time I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey Maddie? How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great, now. Che? What's up, Lopi? Found you a chair. Thank you. So, this whole thing, really it's not legal, yeah? Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate, it's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent after all. And why is he here if this is so highly illegal? Why is he allowing this? Friendship, I suppose. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Is this related to her gambling for time? So, the transfer. It's the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes? The council looks accepted to press all viable information about it though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Try it again after you fail, for that matter. What do you even call this sort of magic then? Question's irrelevant. Because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're amongst friends. We can call it what it really is. Necromancy. Ooh. All those hours are in the stray. Why do you pour the hours here instead of using them to pay off your debt? Why would I use them to pay off a debt I could use them to save a life instead? Oh shit. Alright. How can I help? Ooh. Will the subject please step forward? Council Gazette. Regret to inform you of the passing of Chevu, a beloved fixture in the Australian alchemy community and owner of the terminal. As an innovator in alchemy and materials. Oh wait, fuck, he's dead! He's not there as because he's... Oh my god, he's there because he's... passing. Oh... That's why Ned is allowing it. Ready to do this again? Sure. Try not to kill me this time. Cool. Ash, let's do this. Ready when you are. I hate this. You have reservations? It's unnatural to store hours in non-sentient beings like that. You can still feel pain, and this is a very painful process for everyone involved. Yeah. It's the time for us to watch the show. See how badly this can go wrong. Yay! calcination, solution, separation, conjunction, purification, strangulation, evasion, sublimation, fermentation, exaltation, multiplication, projection, conjunction, enough. Ashley? Everything is nominal on my end. We're looking good, so let's get started. Increase power to 80%. Evasion. Holding steady. Cool. Next segment. Activating. How are we doing? Going fine. Conducting's about halfway open. Just concentrate. Having some issues here. Hey, we need more power. Yep, ramping it up. I don't know if this will melt our conduits though. Oh crap. Yep, our conduits are definitely melting. Actually, fuck! Bypass it! I can pass the wires, but no one else I can. Do that, now! On it! How close are we to finish this evasion? About 90%. Oh shit! Oh shit. Damn. Shit. Are we gonna try again? I think I have to reinforce the wire and I'll fix it. Yes, we're gonna keep going until we make it through. Do or die. Reset and start again. Calcination, separation, conjunction, evasion. Not again. A couple seconds more. And you've got it. Ooh. Beginning sublimation. You got this, Maddie. What's next? We open the connection, all we got to do is transfer the time. How are you feeling, Che? I don't know. Okay? Oh. Doesn't look so good. Oh. Okay, we can stop. We've gotten this far. I'm not gonna give up now, damn it. Maddie? I can't hold on to it. It's slipping out of my fingers. Energy levels are dropping again. See if we can keep going just a few more moments. We're routing. Oh. What happened? We could try it again? I don't plan on stopping. I think the kindred only can last one more go. Then it's kaput. And maybe you're kaput too. I don't know. Oh shit. Alright Ashley, take your position again. We get it this time. Stop. Just stop. No, I've never got it, I swear. You're not going to bring me back. No. I've humored this long, this enough. You've done your best, but this task is beyond you. You need to move on. And it's time to make your peace with this instead of trying to pervert the natural course of things. You never asked me if I wanted to stay. You just made the choice for me and hurt yourself and everyone around you in the process. Let me leave. And then we get these guys right after that scene? Really? These silly boys? Silly little critters? Jacob, you're a god. Your god named Bin Chicken is what you are. What? No way. Wait, Jacoby's an ibis? You don't know that. Well, now you know dusty sushi and garbage. There is Gornis Mokola, otherwise known as the Australian bin chicken. We find that term offensive. We're actually white ibises. Aha! Ha! Incriminate yourself there. It's like nothing less from a bin chicken. Damn it. Okay, so moving on. Classic misdirection. No, seriously, did you see what happened back there? Yeah, that was rough. Yes, nothing with the ritual was also tough to watch. We weren't there when Che died, but I remember they just behaved like nothing had happened. Oh? My impression of that neither of them had ever remotely considered the possibility of failure. Idiots. Yes, but we're only here because of them, so we should be respectful. It seems to me like nobody in this cafe really seems to think things through. Not wrong. This place has a weird effect on people. Too much magic in the air, maybe? Who knows? Will they be okay? I don't know how I'd give something like that. Being kept there against my will while my very essence breaks down. That's what I believe kids these days call a party foul. What would you know about a party foul if you're an ibis? I think Maddie probably has some self-reflection to do. Probably. It's just the position of like the seriousness of like the storyline, and then these little, again, minds from animals and critters into sentient robots. It's I can't. It's so silly. Sometimes I just sit. Che came down the stairs and noticed that Kissen was still seated at the counter staring into a glass of something. It was a mixed drink of some kind, but it didn't look like coffee. Che, you want company? Said Che, leaning on the seat next to Kitchen. By all means, said Kitchen. I don't see anyone else using that seat. Well, you might have been using it, said Che, as a buffer. Like Che was you doing with the book. I'm not looking for conversations, said Kissan, but I'm not really looking to avoid it either. That makes two of us, said Che. He leaned across the counter and reached down, locating a cup and bottle purely by touch from a familiar nook in the bar. He poured himself a finger of whiskey, just enough to warm his tongue. Kitchen continued staring into his own drink, his expression unwavering. Che shrugged and sampled his own drink, feeling the warmth of the drink as the whiskey spread across his tongue. and trickled down his throat. He set the glass down. The next few moments passed in silence as Christian continued staring into his own glass and Che absently turned his empty glass on the counter. Christian finally broke the silence. "If you're waiting for me to finish off this drink so you can offer me some of whatever that is, you might be waiting a long time." "I wouldn't offer you this," said Che. "It's a special bottle, older than I am. Something like that ought to be kept in private, don't you think?" Che shrugged. "I have no problem letting people sample if they want it. This bottle has a way of never running empty. But a whiskey like this, you don't get it by just sitting there passively. You have to at least take the step of asking for it. But it only gives when people are expecting to get. If I offer it, it won't work. Also, you have a bottle like that in the business of filling people's subconscious prophecies." But Christian, "That does seem to be the case." But Che, "I try not to think about it. Bad juju." "Juju? Is that a real thing here?" "As real a thing here as it is anywhere." Christian looked contemplative for a moment. "If the bottle is in the business of fulfilling people's expectation, what happens if I expect you to pour me a drink and find the bottle empty? Don't." But Che cutting him off. "Don't even get me thinking about it, because if I start thinking about it, it might happen. I've got a good thing going here. Don't jinx it." Hey, like, don't mess with it if it's not broken, you know? "Alright," said Kissing. "Sorry if I messed up with your muju. Or juju, whatever it is. I didn't mean to break anything." "It's not as fragile as that," said Che. "This isn't the first time I've had this conversation. Just, why play with fire if you don't have to, you know?" "I think I'll have some of that whiskey," said Kishan. "Lord knows I'm not making any progress with this." He looked at the drink in front of him and pushed it aside. Che smiled and reached behind the counter for another glass, pouring a single finger for Christian. Christian took a sip. "That's smooth," he said. "I know," said Che. "They don't make them like they used to. Well, they do, but it'll take a few more decades to get there." Christian cleared his throat and started coughing. He pounded his chest with his fist and let out a wheeze before settling down. "You alright?" said Che. "Yeah, I think I'm alright." Whatever rot Christian's been in when he sat down, I seemed to be out of it by now. There was something about that dry whiskey that had a way of catching people's throat by surprise. There was something about that coughing fit that had a way of getting butterflies out of the stomach. Maybe it wasn't much, but it was something. He smiled as he put away the bottle, giving it an affectionate pat as he set it down. One less case of post-mortem depression in the world. Good job, Hoppy. Right? I think it's a drink he got from his dad, maybe. Can we go upstairs now? I wonder. Who wants to live forever? A scary looking basement. Espresso machine's acting up again. Maddie sighed. Why does it have to be like this? It doesn't have to be like this, said Che. You're right. It wasn't always like this. If you travel back in time far enough, you'll find an era when we had working espresso machine. And if you travel even further back, you get a time when espresso machines didn't exist. Che. Maddie reached below the counter for a bottle of Chamonix she had opened that morning. It was half empty. Is this the prelude to one of those moments where an old man tells me about how lucky we are to have things so easy? Nah, Che. Things aren't easier. In fact, they're harder. That's why you need all the modern technology to help deal with them. I nodded to the wine bottle in Maddie's hand. So, are you gonna offer me some of that, or just keep squeezing his neck like you're trying to choke it? Maddie began pouring a drink for Che. So what were things like back in the old days? Well, for one thing, we didn't need glasses back then. Glasses are not a new invention, old man. I've seen pictures of Benjamin Franklin. Well, yeah, we had glasses back then, but we didn't use them. We drank straight from the bottle. No, really? Glasses are just one more thing to keep track of, one more thing to clean. Much easier to just pass a bottle back and forth. That may be the case, but I'm sure our patrons appreciate the extra effort that goes into making sure they're always drinking from clean glasses. Sure they do, said Che. That's another thing that's changed. Everyone's a connoisseur of whatever they're drinking. Is that your finger wagging about how young people all have particular tastes? No, said Che. At least I don't think it is. I guess people are all enjoying the present moment more. Back when we drank sock juice, we were just doing whatever it took to get that stimulant into your bloodstream. Ditto for most of the presents. Do I want to know what sock juice is? Because I'm fairly certain I don't. We didn't have coffee filters back then, said Che. So we'd use a sock instead. Don't worry, we always used clean socks whenever they were available. Maddie closed her eyes, looking physically ill. Yeah. Ooh. You were saying something about people enjoying the present moment. Before that, childly awful digression about how you made coffee. Yeah, said Che. I know there's this stereotype about how in modern society no one's really present, but if anything I feel like this is the other way around. Nowadays people are all about enjoying the present more. People used to be way more obsessed with where they were going. As in, where they were migrating to? In a manner of speaking. Let's just say that I'm amazed how few people these days come in here asking questions about heaven and hell. 100 years ago, if you caught someone in the way out of this world, the first thing they would want to know was, which place is this? And after they found out they were on a temporary stop to the next place, they would want to know where it was they were going. There's still plenty of that, said Maddie. Yeah, but a lot less of it. And you know, I don't think it was a case of people's priorities suddenly changing once they found themselves standing on the precipice. There were people who used to describe themselves as God-fearing. It was just part of life. And now it's not. He shrugged. I guess people found more important things to worry about. There wasn't a lot of going on back then. He took a sip of Chardonnay. Good thing I was going to live forever. Where'd you go to hell? Hell yeah, said Che. I've done way too much sinning to ever make it into heaven. You've done more good than ill for the world, said Maddie. I'm pretty sure that balances out. You probably have a positive balance. Nah. I don't think it works like that. I'm pretty sure I'm just a bad person who happens to do good things most of the time. Well, it might not be good enough for heaven, but it's good enough for me. Oh, I guess it's a good thing I'm gonna live forever. Oh, but he died. But he died. Alright. We're gonna continue after one more bathroom break. We're drinking a lot of water while reading, so I'll be right back, okay? Welcome back. Got some more water as well. Chapstick. Let's continue. Oh, that's pretty. This is on you. There's no question for our failure. The council's going to take the cafe away from you. And you should have seen this all coming. Episode 7. Ghost. Hey Trey. 7 AM to terminal. I just realized that I think the days might have started tickling down from when he died. Not from when that other guy showed up. This never gets old, you know? I wondered for a long time how I would feel if I ever got old. And then I tried it out, and I got old anyway. There's probably a moral in that story somewhere. When do we ever have time for morals anyway? Or Helion, you know that? It's weird to think that I used to just be a mild-mannered student. It's just better at biding my time. Huh. If anything, I just hope that I was able to make your life a little more interesting. We had a pretty good run, mate. I don't want you to feel like I wasted my time on you, or that having you in my life hasn't been an absolute bloody privilege. Can we do this later? I reckon I see someone walking over. Can you get the machine ready? Yeah. Let's make some fucking coffee. There you go. Again, sorry for the wait. Thanks. If it were anywhere else, I'd just not come back. But the beans. And I promise it won't happen again. Thank you for your patience. How long was I staring at the wall? 15 minutes by my reckoning. What the hell? I came inside from sweeping up front, and I just saw you staring blankly into your mug while a customer was just standing there. They were being very patient. I have no idea how that happened. Well, shock and grief. I feel terrible. It's not biggie. Like you told me the other day. Our roasts are iconic enough that we can afford to get away with stuff like that once in a while. Well, yeah, but the context of that conversation was when we just fought off dozens of ashlings that didn't believe us. When we told them we weren't stray pieces of cutlery. Yeah, we probably shouldn't let that happen again. Trust me, it's not on the agenda. But like I was saying, people love this place. Even if they sometimes have to wait 15 minutes for the barista to stop hyper-focusing on her coffee. Yeah, I don't know. That is meant to happen. How long have you been awake? I think maybe 3 days. Good lord, that's bad, yeah? I'm honestly amazed you're not seeing things. Oh, I'm hallucinating hardcore. No worries there. I also kept seeing faces in coffees. You saying anything interesting? I remember I was awake for like 60 hours or so. That was pretty bad. Nothing but echoes of my internal monologue. More espresso equals less depresso. I'm sure it's a fun time. It's a blast. At least your hands don't need to be too steady to make coffee. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Shh. Anyway, speaking of coffee, you should make some. I'm already like 15 shots deep, man. I think I'll die if I have any more. No, Maddie. I'm saying you have a job to do. Sorry, I felt like you're trying to lead me to some sort of conclusion here, but... with the customer right there, who I assume is waiting a coffee. Oh, shit! My bad. I was step 4. What can we get you? 1 latte. 1 soy flat white. Sure thing. Feel free to take a seat. We'll bring them over. Man, yep. 15 shots though. Really? Because I'm just saying at some point you're gonna hit a lethal dose. I have some insane tolerance happening here. I think. I hope. Right. Well, I respect your right to make a complete idiot out of yourself and die in the process. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. Can't believe everyone's gonna know me as the person who killed her boss in a botched necromancy attempt. You know? That's a hell of a street rep right there. Council's gonna be too afraid to screw with me. I don't think they're too intimidated by you, unfortunately. Damn it. Let's not worry about them for now, though. What should I worry about instead? Nothing? But he tried. Hey, Ashley. Where is Ashley? Sleeping upstairs? We're not gonna get much out of her for a few hours at least. And Keisha's gone off somewhere in the terminal with Ned. They're around. Somewhere. Good that Ashley's getting some sleep though. Imagine if you did that. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Uh-huh. But also... it's okay, right? Yep. Just need some rest and maybe a few days of tampering up caffeine. Oh. Gonna be cranky. As a mule. Ooh. Well, I have that to look forward to. Sure, it'll be plenty of fun. What can we get you? What roast do you have today? Let me see. We got your standards, espresso, Italian, city. No, I'm looking for something fancy. Fancy, you say? What do you have in mind? I don't know. Something new, different, special. Artisanal. Psst, Maddie? What? In English, that word translates to artisanal. Thanks. Anytime, mate. We got plenty of nice house roses you might like. The beans are sourced from a faraway land. Enchanted with subtle magic. What land? Tell me. They're from Brisbane. What else? I'll give you a secret blend if you stop holding up the line. I'll take it. Go sit down, I'll bring it over to you. What are we gonna give him? I was gonna take a blowtorch to some espresso beans. Come on, Maddie, what? Don't be ridiculous. I don't know what you mean. I mean, it's a waste of time for you to do that when you got people to serve. I'll be right back. Oh. A nice normal work day in together, I suppose. 10 AM. 10:45 AM. God, you weren't kidding. This is awful. How are you able to drink that without your entire face crumbling into dust? So dry that give Antarctica a run for its money. Antarctica is a desert, technically. I mean, it is. Shut up. But it's not a dry desert. Anyway. I find it drinkable because it reminds me of good times. What? It's Trout the shit horse. It reminds me of loves. It's very worrying to me that this concentrated bean juice reminds you of our relationship. Oh, I've told you about her. Wait, I'm not talking about, yep, the fugitive. The one I took in for a few months. I thought you liked her. I did. The taste reminds me of her because it's smoky. Like licking a freaking tailpipe. And has a vague hint of iron. I have concerns, Jay. I never thought I'd have a succubus drop by, to be honest. Wait, you never told me she was a succubus, didn't I? Well, I suppose it would have been inappropriate to mention that in front of Ashley. Oh yeah, her head would definitely explode. But yes, she was a succubus. I wouldn't have ever expected a cute demon to crash at my bar, but end up having a wonderful, if short-lived relationship. Actually really sweet. Yeah. They're weird that the coffee reminds you of her. But I've heard weirder things. If I explain it to you, your head will explode too. No, you mentioned tailpipes. Okay, yeah, okay, we don't need to hear this. And then, well, that's my break time over. Time to get back to work running a cafe doing barista things. I'm gonna go perform some barista-related activities and you're welcome to join me, I guess. Don't forget to water the plants. Water them yourself. It's your job. Busy, goodbye. They are definitely avoiding, like... I mean, he's dead. Are they gonna deal with that? Are we seriously here just so we can be part of a robot fight club? For real? Is this why I was raised from the dead and sealed in a metal shell? Is that the only reason? Guys, I'm freaking out. Why aren't you saying anything? Guys! Eggplants. Right, I should poach some of them. Seriously? Is this not a big deal to you? Nah. We only fight if we want to. It's all in good fun. You're really endorsing capturing creatures and forcing them to fight one another? Sure, why not? It's not like we have the capacity to get injured or bleed. Ethics, schematics. Unbelievable. Sure, unbelievable. Hey, is that the sound of someone calling us? I think it might be. Duty calls and all that. Girls. Yeah, time to go fight. I understand why Maddie and Trey don't really want to talk about the, you know... him being dead and leaving. Or needing to leave, I suppose. Okay, chapter 8, I think? Let's go. Oh, did someone just fall down the stairs? Hello? Oh. That's weird. Monka. Oh, hi Ned. These bloody things, I just... Ugh. I was making a mess. It was just Ned? God. Damn thumb. Don't scare me like that. You wanker. You... mate? You don't look so good. Oh. This thing? Yes, Che. It's fine. It's very obviously it's not. You keep yourself together. Fine. I've only seen this once before. People don't tend to last as long as you and I. And even when they do, it hurts like hell, yeah. How do you know about this? No. Got enough guilt to deal with. I'm sure she just believes I'm uncomfortable. Like Kitchen is. What stage is he at? Headaches? Memory loss? We had a bit of a chat about it yesterday. Okay, I know. I'm not staying much longer. I'll stop disturbing the balance before long. Damn the balance. You're falling apart as I watch. Like I said, I'm not staying long. I cannot believe Maddie's presumptuous. Hey, cut it out. I realize that she's messed up, and she's doing her best to make amends. Surely it's too late for that. I don't think so. Come on, sit down. Things aren't that bad, no? No. I might be dying, and I might be having to deal with a lot of pain and guilt, but... guilt? I feel like I failed as a mentor for Maddie. She's not going to regain her confidence for a long time, I think. In necromancy? And just in general. It's easy to second guess yourself over every little decision after something big like this happens. I'd appreciate if she second guessed herself a little more often, to be honest. I'm sure you would. Anyway, aside from the pain, and the guilt, and the impending death, I feel quite good. Yeah, you sound like you're doing great. Ah. He's happy that she doesn't feel like she has to save me anymore. Even if that's just result of her not managing to pull off the ritual. I don't feel like it was ever about the ritual, was it? No. We tried it the first time just because we're feeling like doing something risky. Something that could give us a little extra breathing room. Breathing room for getting the council off her back, actually. Getting some space to pursue our studies without outside interference. Oh. But even that was just, I don't know, maybe motivated by spite or something. You got plenty of reason to feel that way towards us. I don't feel that way towards you, mate. You know that, right? I had some doubts. You might be a constant needle in my side, but you're also one of my oldest friends. And that means a lot more than any sort of affiliation with a bunch of snobbish prudes who wouldn't know innovation if it slapped them in the face. That doesn't mean I don't miss the good times we had. We were undermining governments before it was cool. You mean the prank letters we kept sending to the parliament in 77? It's the worst pushes of real democracy. Uh-huh. You know, even when I met you, you seemed like you'd never die. I didn't know anything about you, but you had a very energy around you. I didn't plan on it really. The plan was to stick around for as long as I wanted to, and then move onwards when I felt like it. Do you feel like moving on? I'm feeling more comfortable with the idea. Icarus didn't want to fall into the ocean either, but everything's gonna fall out of the sky at some point. And Maddie was just trying to catch me. Or, not actually okay with this. No, I'm not. Lying to myself is easier than admitting that. I'm gonna miss you, mate. Hope you won't forget me. Forget you? I'm going to stick a photo of you up on the wall in my office. Big one. Seriously, I want you to know that you've been good friends, even though we've taken different paths. When they caught me and pressed me into service, seeing you again was the thing that really brought me back to life. Made me realize I could live like this, stuck here, because there was nobody else left for me. Nobody who could see me at least. You know? I won't forget that. That means a lot to hear. Thank you, friend. So sad. And sweet. Hey. You alright, mate? I'm gonna sit here for a bit if that's okay. Right here on the ground. If you'd like me to leave, just let me know at any time. I'll let you be. Alright? Nice day out. Weather here can be a pain in the ass. Days like this, they make it worth it, you know? I just have to sit and let the sun warm me. It's been a couple of weeks since it happened now. Oh no, he's been dead a couple of weeks. Okay. And I feel like the sun's warmth is the only thing that's really keeping me, helping me pull myself together. Yeah, what you're feeling? I'm feeling it too, pretty intensely. Don't worry, it's gonna be okay. 3 times a day, I totally lose myself, as in my sense of self, and also my physical self, but if you plan on sticking around and taking up a position with the council, that'll go away. Definitely don't want to stick around as long as I have. Not to assume intent or anything. I just had a hunch seeing as you were talking to Ned. They're not evil. They're just impartial, which is its own kind of cruelty. I wouldn't judge you if you want to stay either. There are plenty of delights hidden in Melbourne's dark corners. And I can show you around, if you're nice enough. I'm sorry, mate. I've gotta ask, is it helping at all? Because I'm honestly happy to sit here in silence. I thought you'd appreciate that yarn though. No, it's fine. Alright. So, fun things in Melbourne. I suppose the story starts around 1860s when I first came over. I learned the language pretty quick. Not that it helped with dealing with the colonials. What did you come over for? Gold. Same as everyone else. Also, and then he showed me this ridiculous drawing of himself wearing armor like a medieval knight. Also had a odd noble speak to him. Maybe didn't aim it in the right direction all the time, but then he left before I could help him use it a little more productively, and things changed pretty quickly after that. I see. Never too late though. Maybe you'll be able to help him rekindle it, eh? Me? Oh, I don't think I could. It'd be easier than you'd think. I had to take your word for it. Regards whether you'd decide to meddle. Do take care of him for me, alright? The man has a lot of pain, and Maddie's not necessarily always nicest about it. I know what I'm asking is a lot. You don't have to coddle him or anything. Just watch out for him when you can. I can do that. Thank you. Oh? What just happened? You heard that right? What, the noise inside? Yeah. Is there something bad? I have a rushed idea of what it is. No need to worry. I'll deal with it. And if I don't see you before I go, you will. I'll make sure I'm here. See you in a little bit then. Oh my god. The cartons are fighting. Get in, Cooper. Make your creative proud. Flammer, stop slacking. Duck and weave. Kick his ass. That's an order. Ashley. Wah! No knife this time? I mean, what? Turn around. Oh, how like? Oh. Yeah, it went straight through you. Interesting. I'll say. I should perhaps not do this in the future though. Most people aren't as insubstantial as me. I'm trying to warm myself up the habit, yeah. Wean myself up the habit. You notice that this knife is slightly smaller than the previous one. I honestly can't tell the difference, but I'll take your word for it. I'll be throwing butter knives at the back of Maddie's head before you know it. Don't worry. Please don't murder each other after I go. Of course not. No, really. It'll break my heart if you stop being friends over something silly. I won't let it happen. Good. Wait. Rip to this little guy. Now, what's happening here? Just doing some prototyping for a role battle royale. That name though. What about it? This feels like everything's a battle royale these days. I have no idea what you're talking about, old man. Never mind. Never mind. What's the story with these poor things? Cooper and Palmer? I want to see if they're still remembered as the most lost of robotics. And did they? No. Palmer gave me a light stabbing. Oh there. Are you sure you're alright? Yeah, I'd like to give them a little taste of blood every now and then. Make them fight better, hungrier for victory and blood. And you're assuming you would rather them not follow Asimov's laws? You assume correctly. Please don't let these mix in with the rest. It'd be impossible to tell them apart. Why would that be a bad thing though? Because they would tear apart the living copy if they knew they could use the mugs as projectile weapons? I think they'd be extra enthusiastic. Oh my god. They won't though, don't worry. I wasn't going to do it in the first place. Look at you turning into a responsible human being. Hey, you take that back. No, I'm proud. With you and Maddie in charge, I feel like I'm leaving the cafe in good hands. We do our best to make you proud, you old fart. What do I do to deserve that? Getting all sappy on me. Ah. You'd rather me not talk about it. No, it's fine. I feel pretty good about it. Good? People always come and go from here, right? Oh. Also used to it. I think so. I sort of expected to be all sad and emotional, but this is just not a goodbye. That's fine. I'm going to be sad, yeah. I don't think this is a new feeling. Plus, you're always going to be around here to some degree. Can't have the cafe without the J. You're a good egg, you know? Oh. What? I was assuming there was gonna be some kind of pun following that. No, never. Would you not? Probably would. Truth is finally revealed. Good. Because I'm great and you don't need any encouragement. Good egg? Really? Called you that because when you're around, there's always a shell of a good time. Her face. I'm always cracking up. You've got an excellent poker face there. Don't like my yolks? I'm not scrambling their delivery, am I? So many egg pans. Ew, here we go. Let me know if I can get you anything else. Can't leave you for a moment while you're being mean to the customers, can I? You gotta stop appearing out of nowhere, man. You're gonna give me heart palpitations. But you didn't even jump. I'm very startled. Internally. Well, enjoy it while you can. You're gonna keep using that excuse for everything, aren't you? Might as well, right? I guess I'll let you get away with it. So generous. But you gotta come downstairs and help me figure out some stuff. What sort of stuff? Science stuff. You want to troubleshoot the ritual, don't you? Yep. And you're sure you want to do that instead of anything else? Uh-huh. Oh my god, the ritual again? I thought we were gonna say goodbye. Anything even salvageable except water? What the shit? I don't even remember leaving it like this. Unless you let it go really in after I left or something. That didn't happen as far as I'm aware. Uh-oh. I just tapped into the building's subliminal memory. And here. That absolute rat bag. Magic caps, exotic chalks. Not a single thought of how they use or for how obtaining proper import licenses or... gonna have to shut it down. No question. Oh shit. Well, that's not a good sign. Not surprising though. That's probably for later. That's a problem for later, really. Yep. God, just look at these magic caps. Totally fried. Matty eye. I wonder if he just needed some really big resource in the circuit. Oh, if they achieve, it's gonna get hotter and we lose some of the energy. No, I think we maybe had too much energy to that point. If we dissipated some of it during the second phase, then we were trying to transfer it anyway, it might have stopped the conduct from overloading. Would it not be smarter to try and transfer less energy in the first place? I think we have some issues with opening the conduct in that case. We should have drastically rethought our approach after the first time. I'm glad we're having this revelation now instead of any other time. And given the multi-phase structure of the ritual, it's obvious now that we need to shift the ways in which we were utilizing energy instead of just boosting the amount we're trying to put into it. Maybe I'm just talking in circles there, but I still believe it's viable, maybe not with this equipment. He just wanted to stop. We got a pen on you and have to write this down somewhere. I don't believe it's worth to keep on trying to make this work. I agree that's probably possible, but what? I can't bear the thought of you getting yourself killed by trying this again. You've already gotten close to hurting yourself twice, but I didn't end up hurting myself. It's okay. Yes, because I took the hit. Both times. Oh. As long as you're trying this, you're going to keep hurting people, and eventually get to the point where you can't bear to see anyone else get hurt through your recklessness. You use yourself as a test subject, and you will die. Get it in your head, damn it. I want to know what it's like to be on the other side of this. Wishing for one more day. One more good day where you can think straight and not have to worry about saying goodbye to your friends for the last time. Keep telling everyone that I'm fine with this and that my time was up anyway. Guess what? It's a lie. I was lying to myself and to everyone else. I'm terrified of leaving. I'm pissed off too. Of course I'm pissed off. One life was never enough for me. I felt incredibly guilty, Maddie. Any failing of yours is mine because I didn't teach you well enough. I'm too far gone to fix things. I'm too far gone to care, but not too far gone to care. But please, give me this. Don't throw everything away. Nothing's more important than this. Just don't. If you want to respect my memory, all you need to do is remember me. My life's work is the cafe, not this ritual. And I'll be damned if I let you throw that away and throw yourself away just to stroke your own ego. My one regret, my only regret, is chasing that power myself, stretching myself thin to find extra time. And for what? An overblown sense of achievement? I regret it. And as I stand on the cups of oblivion, I realize that I am afraid for the first time. It's you, Maddie, and it burns. I want to go. I want one more day. Just one more day. After all this, after you kept me here against my will without asking me, without taking a second chat whether I was okay with it, at the end, I can't bring myself to take that last step without being pushed. Isn't that ridiculous? It's not. I really am losing it, huh? Everything about me is drifting away. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry. Let me finish. I shouldn't have forced you to stay. You're right. And everything you said is fair and valid and understandable. Except for one thing. You might not feel like it. But you're still the Che and know and love. Doing your best to take care of everyone. Keeping them safe from anything that gets in their way. And giving them the space to work things out themselves when they need to. I tried to follow your example, but I guess it didn't stick to landing on the last bit. I wish I could have give this another shot. Right from the start. You said earlier that having me in your life was a privilege. Okay, the privilege is all mine. feel guilty for this, and that's fair. But you've changed my life for the better in 1,000 different ways. And I think a lot of other people could say the same. I don't blame you. Maybe one day soon I'll be able to stop blaming myself too. Sorry for yelling. You didn't deserve that. It's okay. And you know it's okay to be scared. You can't practice dying. There's no test run for that. Even if you pulled up the ritual, it would have only given you a month or two before things started getting bad again. But desperate times offer desperate measures, yeah. Look at us. Pair of saps, aren't we? Well, at least they actually talked about it. Smile. I feel like it's healthy, like eating your emotional vegetables. No, this conversation is more like spinach. As in, I good in a quiche, or... I'd kick your ass if I didn't know my foot would fly right through it, you know? Very fair. I don't know if I can do this without you. Do what? Oh, this. I know things feel overwhelming right now. But believe me when I say that you're the most qualified person in the world to run this cafe. The most qualified living person. You fuck. And I'm the most qualified person to make that judgment, so there. I guess I can't argue with that. You sure can't. I fully believe that you're gonna do some great things with this place, if you can stop Ned from shutting it down. Don't fall into the mindset of preserving broken things just cause they remind you of the past, okay? I won't. Atta girl. There's something I need to do. Come find me when you're ready. I won't be too far away, right? Alright, I will. Aww. No, not like that. Like this. But you said not to tap it too hard. Look at it. The coffee just fell out. You gotta tap it hard enough so that it doesn't fall out. You could have told me that before. I didn't expect you to just lightly tap it. Ah! Hey, is this gonna take much longer? I got somewhere to be. Yo, just a moment. It's just a short blank. How are you finding this hard? I got this. Acceptable. Hey, that was meant to be mine, right? Just exploring synergies and working on disrupting the coffee industry. Please bear with us a moment longer. Again. No. Don't worry, mate. You're doing fine. Gonna make my coffee? Actually, we're gonna close up for tonight. What? It's not even getting dark yet. We saw crappy coffee during closes at 5 in the afternoon. Basically every place in Adelaide, I think. But we're not there. We're in Melbourne. So just gotta find coffee somewhere else. Unbelievable. But what gives, old man? I'm closing because I want to spend time with you a lot. Aww. Yourself included, Ned. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. Of course not. How long are you planning to sticking around? Not much longer, you old curmudgeon? What's that? I didn't mean it like that. I know. You should all sit down. I'll make us drinks. Oh, the whole gang is here. Except for Maddie and Samantha, I guess. So you decide that this is it. Gotta head up for a little while. I'm gonna head up for a little while. Head up in a little while. You sound pretty calm about it. I am calm. So I suppose this is... Oh yeah. Alright. Huh. Silly straw. You want one too? Yeah, if that's okay. Not like we have a shortage of curly straws. Well, in that case... Never say I'm not prepared. Amazing! Man knows what his people need. A rare virtue. It's very much appreciated. I'm just glad to see you all smiling. This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Ooh, sigh determined. Honestly, it's refreshing to see people's attitudes towards all this. I walked in here and felt pretty comprehensively awful with being here for this. It's helped. I'm glad to hear that. When you see it so often, it's hard to develop a more relaxed outlook, you know? Every month we get dozens of people like you. Like us, I suppose. If I had the power to help people at peace before they move on, why wouldn't I exercise it? We're always too nice. Either too nice and too harsh, generally speaking. Not sure about that. I'm sad. Oh, I'm sad about this. I just want to make that clear. But I'm gonna be okay. Promise. Thank you, Lil P. Hey, I need to ask you a favor. Me? All of you, actually. I need you to look out for Maddie for me. She's gonna need some extra love for a while. Of course. Yeah. Alright. I know you two had your disagreements. No, it's fine. I'll play nice. You have my appreciation. Can't really say no, can I? Oh, you better bet I'm milking this. I'll allow it. Any chance you'll come along with me? Absolutely not. I've got things to get done here. Can't be gallivanting up to higher planes when I'm drowning in obligations. Well, I can't blame you for that. Speaking of Maddie, where is she? I think she's upstairs somewhere. Ooh. I'll go up and join her shortly. Will you be coming back down? I don't believe so, no. I see. Is there anything you three would like me to do for you before we go? Any special requests? Me to do for you before we go? Nothing for me. I'll ask for a special drink or something, but I'm sure Maddie knows all your recipes. You'd be correct there, Ashley. All I require from you is your soul. No, you goofball, I need that. Well, in that case, can I have your stuff? You can fight Maddie over it. I said fight, but she'll give up pretty easily. Nice. Ned? Anything you want before I go? A hug? Come on, a hug. Oh, don't leave me. Sorry I didn't catch that. Don't worry about it. Oh, I don't want him to go. I ought to be doing things for you anyway. Running errands, grabbing milk from the server, you know. Man, the sun's getting low. Gotta go in a moment, I'm afraid. Are you scared? Nah. Oh. No, I think he is scared. Oof. Feeling old. Not half as old as you deserve to be feeling, I reckon. Trust me, I'm feeling it. Now. Oof. Aw, there's the hug. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you too. I wish you didn't have to go. Me too. It's been cool. Definitely. I'm glad you came in. Yeah, me too. Maybe I'll see you someday in the future. I'd like that. Not too soon though. Of course. Ned? I've got to go. Now or never, Ned. Still can't believe you were the first one out of us to go. I was full of surprises. Oh, there's the hug. Oh. Wherever I end up, I promise there will be a place for you there. Oh. Thank you. I'll always be proud of you no matter what. Alright, enough of that. Fair enough, see you around, mate. And you. Oh. It's nice though, they got to say goodbye. Oh. Where's this? Addie maintained her calm. His body had laid her for weeks, now gently moldering. He refused to visit again after the first time. Didn't blame him. Can you really expect anyone to care about the prospect of sweeping leaves off their own grave? But she didn't mind doing that job anyway. She always liked gardening, bringing things to life. It would be a strange feeling, looking at your own grave. These guys again. So I know that I actually built this, but the owner of the venue aren't we technically bound to Jay? What's the implication here? Well, it's gone. What happens to us? Huh? We'll be fine, right? What are you thinking? I don't know, it didn't really cross my mind until now. Worst case scenario, we all just vanish. Nah, worst case scenario, we vanish painfully. Thanks for that. I feel way better now. We'll probably be okay. Probably. How long until we find out? Be any minute now. Well, this has been fun. If we just wait and see. I guess. Here we go. I thought we were gonna fade out of existence, actually. I hope you won't forget me. Oh. Like we're revisiting all the places we've been. Oh, is this an actual train? Oh. We're taking the tram to the afterlife. Oh. Yes. It goes on water. That's neat. Stone. A little hut. And Maddie. Oh, this is where our grave is. Hi, Maddie. How are you doing? Fine, I guess. That's good, I think. Yeah, I think so. Why is this so awkward? I've never had to do this before. Not even as the one who's gotta sweep the mess afterwards. Not like this now. Gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Life has a way of taking you for a loop like that. Are you gonna... No, not yet. Let's sit for a few moments. It won't hurt. Sure. Sorry if this is kind of weird, but I can't get over this one thing. I'm here, sitting right here. But I'm also over there. You know? Feeling a little conflicted about it? Definitely. You could say you're two minds about it. I'm not gonna dignify that with a laugh. Well, I did. I dignified it with a laugh. Hence I didn't try. But seriously, that's my grave. My body's right there. How weird is that? It is pretty weird, yeah. I don't feel quite as weird as I did when I was helping you bury it, though. Fair. Grave digging. All the manual labor of gardening with none of the rewards. I don't reckon I'm gonna grow into a beautiful tree. But you were already a wise old oak. Dead wise old oak. Struck by lightning, yeah. I don't think anything's gonna grow out of me. Not unless you swallowed a bunch of seeds without me noticing. Right now. Oh, I mean, you can turn his ashes into a... into a seed that grows a tree. People do that nowadays. I don't really know what you're meant to do when you're about to pass on. I'm not prepared at all. Am I meant to be doing extra self-care or something? You're better at all this stuff than I am. Yeah, man. Get yourself a bath bomb, light some candles, charcoal face mask, the whole shebang. That's about to sound appealing. Yep. God, I'm out of touch. I made a bath bomb once, but it flattened a city block. Whoa. And then some. Not that kind of bath bomb. Goodness, you were such a Helion. That's why I took you in. Because I saw that attitude in you too. Bomb-making revolutionary. No, you're a born pioneer. When you put your mind to something, you never stop pursuing it until you get it done or kill yourself in the process. Ah. I tried to avoid getting into the habit of assembling bombs then. Phew. Don't get me wrong though, the bath bomb in question was definitely meant to be sort of what it smells nice. For real. Just a little bit too fragrant in the end. Amazing. That aside, I think it's hard to mess up lighting some candles, probably. You think I just carry sending candles with me where I go? You put some incense on the grave. Yes? I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't have any. Damn it. I mean, you got some downstairs at least. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go back and get that. Yeah, let's take the tram back. No, it's fine. After I'm gone. Put a few around maybe, to remember me. Aww. I'll light them up for you. Don't worry. Cafe's gonna stink of chamomile for weeks. That's perfect. Oh, I think it's about time. What do you think? This one's your call, as it should have been the whole time. Come on, let us look at your work, eh? Oh, it's about time. It's very minimalist. I like it. Gosh, you. Oh. Ah. The dramatic reveal. Very swish. Can't write history till it happened. I suppose not. What's this writing down here? Maddie, did you put poetry on my headstone? Give it a read. We see but dimly through the mist and vapors amid these earthly damps. What seems to us but sad, tapers, maybe heaven's distant lamps. That's nice. That's comforting. Chin up, old friend. It's just another step. We just gotta keep on putting one foot in front of the other, no matter where we're going. You told me that back when I was a bit depressed mess who wandered in here looking to hide from everything. Throwing my own advice back at me, you monster. I guess I should stop waddling anyhow. You do you. But guilty for swinging back and forth on you. Being anxious, and eager, and scared, and brave. It's cool. I'm not gonna have a go at you for it. You have every right to feel complex feelings about this specific, very scary thing. Thank you. But I can't do this. I can't stay there and make me wonder if I'm gonna do it or not. I need to do it now, or I'll never leave. Oh, Maddie, Okay, mate. Take a deep breath. Take it in. Let it all out. Okay. Maddie? Yeah? You got this. We'll see each other again. Bye, Chai. Oh. A nice send-off. That's a nice story too. A very nice story. I liked it. Like it had this whole type of universe setting, right? Like kind of like a purgatory or like a passing through place. But then all dealing with all these complex emotion about death and letting go and wanting to help and burning yourself out and all these human feelings. All these different characters and different experiences. And accepting and very nice, right? Some of it hits very close to home. I think it was very good. Very good story, I liked it. I hope you guys liked it too. And oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. And I really like the pacing of it all. It went on longer than I expected though. And there's still these extra side stories to do eventually. Maybe we'll do that soon. If anyone's interested. true me. Just sitting with this. These comments, I suppose. It's good. Felt like it took me to a journey and I enjoyed it. I guess we can see what happened afterwards. Oh, Ashley and Maddie. All done. Looks pretty good. Got the right number of legs and everything. And 50% less homicidal impulses, I think. Wasn't aiming for 100% less, right? Sure, I guess. It's progress, I suppose. Maddie? Yeah? Why is the ground outside on fire? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. What's that? Oh, brother. Hey, is that... Oh. Prejudice, Ned. You know this place needs, pal? Tell him. What? I actually don't know what this place needs. I was hoping it has something by now. You guys done? I guess. Great. You better pick up that cigarette, kiss on. Yeah, I will. I will. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. That was a cute tough guy attitude going on there. Yeah? Very convincing. An enforcer is required to be imposing. It's a job description. Oh no, don't fire me. He's not gonna fire you. He's too much of a big softie for that. I'm not a softie. Sure you aren't. You're basically a gigantic teddy bear with a metal hat. Hey, hold on. You joined the council, Kishan? Ha, yeah, actually. You're not gonna tell her now, are you? Huh? I thought we were gonna do a little build-up. Tell me what? Oh, too much pressure! Tell me, you weasel. Don't be rude. Necromancer baristas are required to be mean to council staff. Isn't the job description? He's done a good thing for you. You ought to know. Well, in that case... What's up, bud? Come on. I can't handle the suspense. Well... Last night we ended up in the archives. The council archives. Vision went in with a particular goal and dragged me along. Hey, you didn't process that much. Anyway, you might want to sit down for this. Okay. What's the big news? I managed to wipe your debt. How? Is this a bad practical joke? Nope, he's telling the truth. Turns out there's some old bylaws that have loopholes and... Well, you're not gonna believe this, but the council allows payments of debt in a bunch of weird ways. Yeah, we really ought to fix that. And one of the ways is... through the voluntary sacrifice of a soul. Oh! Oh! So I was able to sacrifice myself by joining the council and wiped your outstanding debts at the same time. Oh shit! Oh my god, Kissam. What a guy! Well, that's silly. Huh? So you guys get to do as much human sacrifice as you like, but as soon as I'm doing it, I'm a menace and I'm setting the natural order. She got a point. Yes, Nettie dearest? But pull your head in. Ahem. You're right, I apologize. Kishin, you didn't do this just for me, did you? Are you sure you're okay with this? No, I promise this is fine. I want to stay. I was way too afraid to pass on, and I thought the council was interesting and I wanted to learn more about it. Ned might have talked me into it a little bit, but I absolutely promised that I didn't feel pressured into it. I made this decision on my own. I don't know what to say. Just consider it as me repaying the kindness I was shown when I walked in. I was really freaked out and you all helped a lot with that. Aww, fuck. conversation. Aww. What a guy. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, we're gonna be okay? As long as you stay on the straight and narrow from now, yes? Cool! Reckon you'll be able to do that, Maddie? Yeah, I'll do my best. No more illegal rituals. No more illegal rituals. Promise. I'll stick to the legal stuff as long as I can. I suppose I'll have to do. I understand you're somewhat of a stuck record in this regard, and I'm trying to make my peace with that. Ah, look at you two, making friends. Wholesome. It is wholesome. Please just try and keep your head down. I will, yeah. Gotta be hard to cause too much trouble if you keep raiding my suppliers anyway. Sorry, just doing my job. Yeah, can't fault you for that. Anyhow, I'm afraid we have places to be. So soon? We only just got here. I told you we're only popping in for 5 minutes. We've got paperwork to do. Ugh, responsibilities. Catch you two later. Thanks again. Appreciate it a lot. You're welcome. Anytime. Aww. That's nice. Got a solution for that problem too. And they get to go to that scary ass portal. Maybe the council is residing in hell. Ugh, I'm gonna have to scrub those off. Are we gonna do it now? Nah, I'll do it later. Right now though, everything's pretty calm, so I was thinking we might close up early. Calm, you said. What was that? What was that now? Oi! You better clean that up, you little monster. He's trying to tell us something? Oh god. What the fuck? What? Hey, watch it! It's a plant? What's with the envelope? Smells nice. What's the card say? Oh, it's from Trey. The time of regrets and apologies is long past. All we can do is look forward to the future with a smile on our face. Don't obsess over what could have been, please. I know you're gonna do great things, so you don't need my help with that. It's my last gift to you, my apprentice. You kept saying that you needed this, so I went out and got it. I think that even though some people claim to be ready for what lies next, everyone wants a little more time. He got our time? Oh. Oh. The bastard couldn't resist playing one last joke on us, could he? I'm okay. Seriously, a pun, I can't even give him a witted look in response. I mean, he was just quoting you, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Let's go hang this up. I know it's just us two now, but I think we'll always be here in some form, right? I think so, yeah. You can't get rid of him that easily. Alright, let's close up. What are we gonna do? I was thinking of heading to the hardware store. Everyone keeps saying we need more plants in here. Yay, more plants! Why stop at one? That's nice. That was Necrobarista. Final pour. All of it except for a couple of side stories that we can get to at some other point. Oh, I really liked that. That was good. That was fun. Oh. Streaming for over 6.5 hours. Oh my god, I think it's the longest I've ever streamed. Came back with a bang, I guess. Oh, hope you guys enjoyed that just as much as I did. I enjoyed it a lot. But it's getting pretty late, so I'm getting very tired. So thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you Dippy, thank you Speckle earlier. And if you enjoyed the stream, please follow if you're not already. That would help me a lot. Appreciate it. Also check out socials in the link tree or here. Had a really good time, and if you guys would like me to go through a couple of side stories that we didn't go through, do let me know. I think I probably will anyway, but hey, it's nice to know if it's wanted. And yeah, that'll be it for me. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Missed that a little bit, I checked, but that was a good story. Yeah, if you liked it too. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everyone else too. Thanks for reading all the yeah, my turn. I'm surprised I didn't lose my voice. I was just drinking so much water. But yeah, it was worth it. It was fun. It was good pacing with actual dialogue and everything, so it was good. I felt it, you know, I felt the emotions. So yeah, I had a really good time and I really enjoyed the story. I really, really did. So that's it from me. Thanks again. Follow if you want to see when I go live next. No, just agreeing it's completely different types. Yes, I do like the theming of it and everything. Good theme, good characters, just good emotions all around. This was a good. It was such a nice balance of ridiculousness and emotion, you know. And I really enjoyed that. It kept the pacing really nice for me. So yeah. But yeah. I'm off. Thanks again. Bye bye. Have a good night. Have a good rest of your day. Stay safe out there. Bye bye.